Hello, good morning, and welcome back to ITWeb TV Live at Security Summit 2024. It's day 2 in a very chilly Johannesburg this morning. I think my car was saying 0 degrees when I left. There was ice on the grass. It's it's going to be a cold day, but hopefully it will warm up, and I think it will be a hot day here. We've got, I think, from now through to 5 o'clock, interviews every half hour or so. So join us 5 past the hour and 35 minutes past the hour, and we'll bring you the latest interviews. The first of the interviews this morning is with Professor Elmer from the Cybersecurity Institute, Director of the Cybersecurity Institute. Welcome.
Thank you for the invite.
My pleasure. It's nice to have you here. I think we're going to start off on, I would say, kind of a nice warming topic, but I don't know. Let's see how it goes. I mean, skills. Let's not be about delicious skills, and it's something that's kind of come up again and again, not just in the booth, not just on the show floor or the presentations, but it's been a long-running issue, obviously, in the industry. So let's hear your kind of take on things. You're on the front line of skills. You do a lot of training at the Cybersecurity Institute. What do you think the pipeline looks like? Are you kind of, where, I guess maybe let's take a step back and see where you sit in the pipeline. Are you kind of getting university graduates, people with very little experience, or are you upskilling people who already have some level of cybersecurity experience and qualifications?
I think we actually cater for both. So we work on programs that we take them without any foundational knowledge in IT or in security, and then taking them through a journey where they have sort of hands-on experience so that they can fit into the work stream quite easily. And also the upskilling side. I think there is some huge problems within in the market. I don't think that we have as such a skills shortage, but it's more an experience one, more a practical one, because security is one of those fields that you don't want somebody that knows just the theoretical aspects to work on your systems, and you don't want to let them reign free there. So we kind of interesting. We had a program that ran with the South African and the Netherlands, so in which we upskilled people from the southern African space, and then the Netherlands embassy, they continue with the talent accelerator program. So where we take 20 persons now and the next 20 in February next year, and make them work ready. And if we look at, they started off with 1,800 applications, and we had to, at the end work through those applications to get to 20. And the number of people that with degrees, now we talk about BCs in honors in mathematics, that are sitting at home, it's a graduate thing as well, that they don't get placed into industry, so they make the switch towards security, because that's one of your growing areas. And I think we need to make sure that we develop streams that they get the work experience, so that they can more easily get into the space. I think we've got wonderful students out there that is really trying to upskill themselves, through the YouTube videos, and there's a number of free trainings available.
Yeah.
But they need to have just that mentorship and that guidance to take them into the working environment.
I think that's an interesting point, because you preempted my next question. But how do we really solve that? You kind of talk around those kind of developed systems and workflows. But you're doing your job. The graduates are doing their job. Everyone's kind of learning the stuff. And the companies out there are saying we need X amount of years of experience. It's a missing gap in the middle. How do we kind of solve that bit?
Yeah, so what I don't know whether it's going to work, but what we are trying out now is that we work with several industries and say, okay, but let's put forward a industry project that we guide the students on the project, and we have the experts in industry. So they don't work on the live systems, but it's industry related. So they immediately they get those hours that counts towards the okay, but there's experience already on a project. And hopefully that will enable them to see, okay, but you know what, this is how it works in an operational environment. So I can take whatever is my theoretical aspects, and then I can implement that. So we've got a number of projects that's starting now at the 1st of July. So maybe at next year's ITWeb, I can give you some feedback with how it works. Yeah, but I think that's the way to go.
Okay. And then in terms of the more kind of the upskilling, the more kind of specialised skills, what are, I mean, it's a very general term, you say there's a skill shortage, but obviously the specific skills are perhaps short on. What are clients looking to upskill in? What areas they're kind of looking at?
I think it's very sector specific. So if we look at our public institutions from a state security perspective, they will look into investigations. They would want to go into more the OSINT routes, the open source investigations. But also cyber intelligence, because we are working in a dynamic environment, and we look at artificial intelligence and quantum computing coming in. So the crypto side, especially with blockchain, so we see quite a movement towards cryptography and the understanding of that, blockchain and how to implement that, and what is the security concerns. And then also in terms of threat intelligence, really understanding your cyber criminology, the effect of the cyber actors who are at play, who are they, what is the cyber vectors that they utilize to run the criminal activities. So it's really from a public perspective. If we work, for instance, if we train SAPs or SARS is very much into Bitcoin investigations, Bitcoin mining as well. So from a SAP's perspective, then we look at intelligence and how to get those that intel utilized within an operational environment.
So someone I was talking to yesterday, one of the kind of, I think, a lawyer that's involved in obviously kind of dealing with negotiations for ransomware and stuff. And we're also talking about the state of some of the laws. And I think he was talking around the application of where we're getting cases come into SAPS, cases come into the Justice Cluster, and then I can't remember which law. I think it's the Cybersecurity Act, where there's supposed to be SAPS is supposed to have a unit.
Yes.
And I think the general impression was it's great that these acts are kind of doing these things, but once you actually get to the implementation, which is it's kind of common thing that we talk about, there isn't that experience, there isn't that skill, there isn't that kind of understanding of the digital world. So you were saying that there is upskilling happening in SAPS. How much of that are you seeing? Like, is there a big move? Is it a kind of?
No, I don't. It's a move, but I don't think it's big enough. And I think we have to distinguish between, if you talk about investigations, that investigation process is exactly the same as if you investigate a physical crime. So the process is the same, but now you just have to utilize the technologies and the tools that are available within cyberspace. And within that is that there is a huge component of forensics. So we have the open source investigations where you utilize information that are publicly available. And I think you as journalists, you utilize that yourselves.
I'd love to do if I want
in that investigative arena. So, and utilizing that. But from a cyber crime perspective, if a crime occurs, then your forensic processes kicks in. So then it's dependent on what was the system. Is it the Windows system? Was it the Linux system? And doing getting that evidence from those systems to try and work towards, getting the culprit at the end. So it's just that distinguishes. So we have the OSINT capabilities, but I think from a forensics side is that yes, there's some huge lacking skills, but they are developing, but it's a slow process.
Okay.
I think maybe too slow.
Yeah. I think I'm quite kind of interested in the OSINT, as I said. Is there much demand for qualifications and kind of upskilling in that? And who are you finding? Is it kind of more the crime side, or is it journalists, or who's coming to do the OSINT courses?
Yeah. I think it's a spread. You always get those that want to try and find out, but what is the Nazis or lovers doing on Facebook and trying to utilize the OSINT for that. But from an investigative journalist perspective, I think it's of the essence that they have to have those skills. And then, of course, also is from company perspectives, is if you have incidents in terms of your human capital. There's an OSINT ability as well that they need to have. So it's from companies across all sectors that investigate, because it connects with your intelligence side and your threat intelligence side. Is try to look for information, whether it's on the dark web, not just the normal web. So you touch on that criminology aspect as well, and not just searching for information on your social media.
Is it insurance companies as well? Are you finding they
Yes.
kind of use services to try and, I guess, refute claims and say you were here when you said you were there?
But that's typically your social media. They say, okay, but you've got a picture of you with a car, and now suddenly you say the car is missing in action, and I think they actually developed quite nice processes within themselves to counter that. So they have to utilize it.
Yeah, sure. One thing you mentioned before was quantum. It's kind of coming up now and again in the various interviews we're doing here. What are you seeing in terms of people, like how much appetite is there for quantum, and how much are you able to teach people about it, given that it's not quite commercially available yet?
Yeah, it's one of those big questions, that they are anticipating that we are going to see problems when it comes to our encryption capabilities and the encrypted information that we currently have. Mm-hmm. That you have maybe your advanced encryption standard, which is your highest standard, is going to be decrypted, at 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I think the possibilities will be there, but I think we are, I want to say, overthinking that.
Okay.
So, it's like that scaremongering type of thing. Oh, in 5 years, you don't have any encrypted data. We're already seeing that there are encryption algorithms that are quantum safe. So they are developing that already. I don't think it's going to happen in the way that we foresee that. There is way too much infrastructure required to do that. It's not just I'm bringing up and there's my laptop and it can do quantum computing.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that is going to be a longer process, and I think it's on the hype cycle. Same as artificial intelligence. We would see that it's maybe going to be for the good, not always for the bad.
Sure. Okay. So to take it back to what we're doing here at the Security Summit, you have a presentation on information security management systems. So can you explain what that is and what the benefits are to an organization of that?
If we look at organizations and how they go about actually protecting themselves and their clients and supply chain and their data, etc., to me, the essence is about it's a risk management process. Mm-hmm. Your leaders, your board, your C-suite, that is something from a business perspective that they know how to do. To them, it's all about risk management. And cyber risk management is just one of those, because cybersecurity is in every part of the business. It's in every cell. It's not something that previous that you can say, okay, but the IT department is down there in the dungeon, so the cybersecurity is everywhere. So in terms of establishing a management system whereby your cyber risks are identified and assessed and managed, that is what your information security management system is about. So it's implementing that processes, that policies, that procedures, so that your company manage those risks continuously. There's no end point. It's not that you are going to be, cyber safe and secure and how you've done it. It's going to be a continuous process. So the information security management system is just about implementing those processes. It's very context driven. It's not something that you can copy and paste and ask Chat GPT to do quickly for me and implement an ISMS. But to me, all the essence is it's risk management, cyber risk management.
Okay. And then what are the metrics you use? How would you kind of go about measuring that? How do you go about quantifying those risks in an ISMS kind of system?
We tend to think that, that there's a silver bullet. There's a control that we can, or some software that we can implement and we are secure. And it's not. There needs to be a layered approach. Now, if you look at the information security management system, is first of all identifying your risk. And then highlighting that, okay, but what is the probability going to be? What is the impact going to be? What are those risks that are going to cost me quite a lot of money, that maybe I have to close down businesses or part of my business? And identifying those risks and then putting in controls to mitigate them. Mm-hmm. Or you can ignore them. Or you can transfer that risk and say, but I'm taking out insurance, for instance, trying to make it somebody else's problem and not your problem. So within that risk management space is the moment that you put in a control, you put a metric as well. So if we say, our staff isn't trained, so let's put in a cybersecurity awareness program, trying to build that culture, is how are we going to measure whether this program is working? Maybe there's less clicks on a phishing link. Maybe they are, more diligent in terms of how they approach and maybe close their laptops. Less laptops get stolen out of cars, that type of thing. So for every single control that you put in to mitigate the risk, you need to put in metrics. Otherwise, you won't have an ability to know whether this is working or not. So metrics is so important, and I think in some events the organizations tend to miss that. Sure. That they just implement that and make that the vendor's problem, not theirs.
Okay. And I see from your presentation, you covered the top 5 priorities in establishing an ISMS. What would you, if you could give us a quick kind of closing, what are those top 5 priorities? What should people be taking away from it?
Know your assets, asset registers, and that is software, your cryptographic keys, okay. Everything, not just your chairs with a barcode under there. Know what you have, context, understand the regulatory aspects, legislature, what you need to comply to, because that will drive you a part of your security program as well. So if you do business with the European Union, then it's GDPR. Then that's part of your security program. And then do your risk assessment. Know that and bring about your risk registers. Let your risk registers speak to your controls that you implement, and of course also assign roles and responsibilities. This is a leadership thing. Mm-hmm. It needs to be governed from the top. But if you don't assign roles and responsibilities when it comes to security, it's not going to happen, because then everybody will just do the job and say, but it's part of my job description. Sure. that is yours. Yeah. But the moment that you assign that and you have your KPIs, then it becomes part of your culture.
Okay, fantastic. Elmarie, that's been great. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Professor Elmarie Beerman from the Cybersecurity Institute. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with our next interview. Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV live at the Security Summit 2024. I'm joined now by Steve Jump, who is the founder and director of Custodiate Advisory Services. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Good. It's nice to have you here. And I believe it's now 8:30 in the morning. You've been involved in a hackathon, which we always run at the Security Summit. And it sounds like some of the guys have been working quite heavily through the night. Could you give us a bit of an overview of what the theme is this year at the hackathon, what they're trying to achieve, the teams, and like just a general kind of...
Well, a bit of the background. This is part of a series of hackathons that run throughout the year. And this one is a security-themed hackathon, obviously at the Security Summit. So many of the projects are based on some kind of security. In some cases, the teams are inventing products that are on sale here, but they've got no experience of the industry. So they are coming up with ideas, first principles, based on real-world problems they've encountered. And then we have, for the cyber defenders of the future, we have capture the flag contests with red team and blue team exercises, also sponsored by companies with prizes and things like that. But right now we've got 14 teams competing from all over the country, from Gauteng, Free State, Northern Cape, all of those literally traveling here to take part. On a scale of things, although the room is full and it's quite hectic, because I think we've got 57 people in the room. So that's 57 competitors. We catered for 40.
Okay.
So it's tight. Plus we have all the volunteers, the coaches, and the mentors in there. So it's cozy. Nobody was actually cold last night, so so the aircon was just stretched. And it's a 24-hour hackathon non-stop. I will admit to being a lightweight. I went home last night and actually slept in my own bed. But the team members worked through the night. They come up with their particular projects. Some of them are quite simple, defining and building like anti-malware scanners. Okay. If you think that sounds simple, that particular team went out, got a list of signatures off of the internet, and they have been busy compiling large language models that they can then throw files at to do accurate interpretation. Wow. So this is actually in a hackathon, undergraduate and probably first year postgraduate level of skills. And it's a lesson that if you want to use artificial intelligence, it is accessible to any people. But the reality is some of these teams are using technologies that businesses are struggling to address. Then we have the more socially oriented projects designed to enable cashless payments in communities that don't really have formal banking, to allow people with cards to buy and to pay vendors without a cash transaction. Lots of benefits on that. I get involved there as a coach and a mentor, and something unusual, I'm actually mentoring mentors, which is kind of shifting things, but they don't get me involved too much in the technology, but I talk about the principles of what could possibly go wrong. The idea being that secured by design, which is kind of my mantra into business, is very applicable at an early stage of development, particularly for people participating in hackathons, to not just get carried away by the brilliance of a design, because that also is a very addictive capability. When you write code, it works. That's wow, I'm sure. But when you write something with a design objective in mind and you succeed at that, I try and plant the seeds of, well, outside of the scope of your project, what could go wrong? And are you able to design it in such a way that it doesn't go wrong in a way that damages or hurts your customer or your business? So when we start dealing with bank card information, watching these teams go through the risk assessment, because that's what it is. It's not just writing code, it's a formal business level risk assessment to explain to people like me, because we don't ask lightweight questions. We're asking the same questions of the hackathon teams as we would in a boardroom or expo session in a corporate environment. So although technically this is a learning environment, we're not playing games.
Okay.
The ability of the teams to adopt the approach of secure by design is quite refreshing. We're hoping to put a generation out where secure by design isn't a bolt-on at the end, as in many businesses we find. It is actually a primary driver for new product development, because we know practically that if you design things securely at the beginning, to be secure throughout the life cycle, your total cost of development, cost of ownership for that can be up to 10 times less than having to continually re-engineer security through a product. It makes no business sense. But if you're doing things the old way, actually none of the people at the hackathon know what the old way is. So we're hoping they're going to take those into their new jobs.
Sure.
But we also bring people on board. I regularly go around the shop floor meeting people who I have worked with or trying to work with, because I'm also here, I'm running my own business.
Yeah.
But the idea is we bring them in, introduce them to the people in the hackathon.
Okay.
Essentially, these are interns. And the point that I make, if you're in the HR department and you have someone who has a degree certificate and experience of a university course, look for hackathon participation, because if you've done 2 hackathons, your practical experience, while this is brutal, this is high pressure, high stress development and teamwork. That level of experience that you get from a hackathon is almost impossible to provide in a corporate environment.
Okay.
So you come across someone who's got hackathon experience and this is their first job. They've been in the hackathon. You will find they will tend to lead your interns. So I try to encourage people to come and talk to the people in the room, listen to the way they're talking about problems, because it's a miniature business case. Design, prove, test, promote, and then pitch to a panel of judges. The kicker is the judges are all professionals in the business.
Okay.
It's very, very hard to turn off your perception if you are used to a formal procurement style evaluation of a product. So the pressure that is put on these teams, this is not playground. This is actually quite brutal.
Yeah.
And we coach the teams to be able to handle those questions. This is 24 hours. A normal hackathon is 72 hours. So although I've got a technical background, most of my coaching is how to handle the emotional pain of your last super brilliant compile that crashes in flames.
Sure.
At 3 o'clock on the second morning, when you've only had Red Bull for the last 8 hours, there are psychological effects, but the ability to push through that and to develop, as I said, it's quite intoxicating in terms of watching this pure energy. I'd like to think when I was that age, I had half of that energy. I think I had to dig for it later in my career.
Yeah.
But these are the skills of the future. And from my personal experience talking to these teams, but the youngest member of the team is actually 16 years of age.
Wow.
Okay. Apart from the fact that they look slightly younger, the quality of the conversation, the assessment of the problems, and the pure technical skills, it's telling me that we actually do have the skills to get where we need to go. We just need to give these guys a chance.
Okay.
Exactly experience, but the capability is solid.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've spoken over the past few days to various people about skills. It's obviously like a hot topic, and I think the one thing is we've got the people coming out with the qualifications, the young graduates and the young kind of people starting in their careers, and then there's a call from industry for more experience, and there's that kind of expectation that you don't want to put someone who's got the book knowledge in a situation where you're expecting them to run your security team. I mean, obviously that example wouldn't happen, but you don't want to kind of drop them in it. I think they want a bit more experience. So you're doing, what it sounds like the hackathons provide, is kind of helping bridge that gap in between. But I mean, still, as I'm sure 2 hackathons is a great amount of experience, how do we kind of bridge that next gap? And I guess it's interns.
I don't want to be too confrontational. When I talk to someone in business, says I can get the raw skills from university, but the fact is, if you're a company and you are paying tax, you can get your interns paid for out of your tax for free.
Okay.
So it's effort, yes, and requires a bit of organizing. When you bring someone new into the team, there's obviously some disruption, but there is no opportunity denial. If you are not using the maximum tax benefit you can get to bring on interns. So if you've got all of the interns that you are entitled to, then maybe you need to think about buying your own. But if you don't have any interns, it's not through lack of opportunity. There are skills, there are people. The group I'm working with here, Geek Culture, website there is definitely worth looking at. If you're looking for interns with practical skills straight out of the hackathon, but that's a niche side. But the practical point is you can find it if you're looking. Very few people who have graduated are aware. But if you're a business and you're not advertising for interns, yes, you will be swamped. But if you're keen to develop skills for the future, the power is in your hands.
Okay.
Once you have experience, everybody discovers. Working for a year, many of the companies I have worked with, they find that the interns come in and they bring them on as full-time employees. And then next year they bring in interns. Because when you put that level of energy into a business, it can wake up the old uns, okay? But that's not a bad thing. And so the opportunities are there. Nothing in this world is available on a plate. If you go looking, a little bit of digging, and the excuse of I can't find the talent, it's a little bit weak because you have to be part of building that talent.
Sure. Yeah.
You're not going to get it for free. It's an investment in your business, but it's also an investment in your employees' future. We're going through a skills revolution. The level of skills here, the fact that we have people who have not yet completed their first degree, and in many cases, they're not even doing a serious heavy-duty IT degree, who are able to create a large language model using resources available for free on the internet, is encouraging.
Yeah.
But that is starting to define a baseline level of capability. If you're not looking to grow these skills, then you're looking to wind your business down. Okay, that's perhaps a brutal view, but the opportunities are there. And they are not inaccessible. Everybody's learning. AI, in my opinion, is mostly overhyped. But the technologies we call AI now have been around for a while.
Yeah.
They actually drive the world within which we live. Anybody who's had a Facebook recommendation ever on Facebook, it was coming from a digital learning artificial intelligence type algorithm. So we've been influenced by it for maybe the last 25 years. The reality is we're waking up to it and now starting to take control of it. So software is key, but the ability to deploy that software in a way that makes business sense. I mean, very few people live off of IT unless you're selling IT, but every business needs it to exist.
Yeah.
Even if your business is material, making bricks and concrete and logistics, pretty much everything you make is a data token. So manipulating your data better than your competition is actually improved profit margin. So I'm a proponent of very strong skills, strong data, and mapping that into the real world. It takes effort. It's not impossible.
Okay. So I think when you were initially talking, and you're talking about the way that the hackathon teams are kind of coming up with these concepts and they're kind of coming up with ideas, I've got today I think 3 different venture capitalists that we're talking to, and it's kind of part of the program here at the Security Summit. There's a panel on it later on. I think it's the first year we've actually brought in venture capitalists.
Yes.
So I'm kind of going to talk to them about what they're seeing in that side of things. They want to put money in. They want to kind of obviously get money out later on, but It sounds, I don't know, it sounds like there's maybe a lack of investable kind of young startups in the kind of the security space. As someone who's in that side of things to some degree, what's your take on that?
Well, we are sat here on a stand sponsored by a junior security startup that has become a world leader. So never say never. South African homegrown. I'm not plugging the brand, but I suspect it's probably over my head here right now.
Yeah.
But the reality is there is a homegrown cybersecurity company that punches above its weight globally. It's not impossible. In terms of venture capital opportunities, well, we have an environment where we have the skills. These teams that are coming together, it's a full function hackathon. It's not just tech. It's identifying the problem, proposing a solution, developing and testing something that meets that, and then wrapping that and pitching it to judges. It may be a bit ambitious for venture capital here, but those are the principal skills for a startup. So the ideas, what I'm finding is quite incredible, is the teams are inventing products that are on sale from international companies. They've never heard of these companies. They've never been to a website. They've never checked it out. It's important for a coach not to say, oh, but you are competing with something like this if they have invented it on their own. I occasionally take the teams to meet people on the stands and they talk about it, and we get the technical support team for an international recognized product and a bunch of people who've just built it from first principles in the last 24 hours. Okay? It's that level of raw talent that we have. Opportunity, guidance. I will seriously worry about their ability to spend vast sums of money, but with the right coaching and support. So if the venture capitalist prepared to put in a business growth as well as investment, you've got the raw talent. Some will crash and burn and some will fly, but we need to try. The raw talent is beyond measure. And at that level, we're on a par with the world.
That's good to hear. That's excellent to hear. Steve, we've got the last couple of minutes. I know you're running a workshop with us with the Security Summit tomorrow. Could you give us a brief kind of overview for a couple of minutes of what that is, what you're covering on that topic?
I am running an experiment. Okay. I teach these courses in a commercial environment, normally a small corporate group, and I run a 3-day workshop which is intended for a business to work out what are my most critical assets, what are the threats to my assets, focused in the context of my business, not the world, and then how do I do a business plan that shows my investment in risk reduction is actually going to be a net benefit to the business, not just a sunken cost. In other words, risk reduction is a profit line improver. Okay. So that's my 3-day course. I've got the course materials for that online, and I've condensed each day into an hour slot. Okay. And it literally is how to change the culture of a business to allow Secure by Design to flourish. It is intense, and I admit I skip through most of those slides and I focus on the pictures. But what I'm giving the participants is access to possibly my lifeblood, because this is my main source of revenue, selling these services. But I'm introducing people who would not normally be in the company to that set of questions. And what I provide is a set of questions that you can ask in your own business environment. And obviously, I'm a business. I like to come in and hold your hand and help you, because that's actually how I put food on the table. Sure. But these questions in the hand of someone who understands how their business is working will allow them to get to that same destination. So that's what I'm putting on the table. So I'm hoping that some of the seeds I'm sowing will flourish. But what I'm leaving is a message that Secure by Design is accessible. It makes really good business sense. And it is no difficult than any other change you put through your business. You just have to recognize that it's possible, why you need to do it. And I provide a set of breadcrumbs that will take you towards it. So it's going to be hectic. A lot of people have signed up. They're not going to have an easy ride. There's 3 hours. I'm going to make them think. I have a presentation style, which is if I find someone sleeping in class, I will bring them up to speed.
Okay. Okay.
Not that I torment them, but I try and make certain that everyone is learning the lesson.
Sure.
So it's participatory. Although I've got a really large class tomorrow, so I will be learning new skills.
Okay, good to hear. Steve, that's been great. Thank you so much for your time this morning. That's been Steve Jump, who is the Director of Custodiate Advisory Services. We'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV live at the Security Summit 2024. I'm joined now by Tahir Mullins, who is a partner of Savant Venture Fund. Tahir, welcome.
Good day, Ross. It's lovely to be here.
Pleasure. So I think we've got, this is the first year we've actually had venture capitalists at the ITWeb Security Summit. So we'll get onto that shortly. But I think let's start with who Savant is. It's probably not something that maybe some of our audience are familiar with. But I looked up your organization on your website, and I was kind of fascinated by a lot of the different funds that you're investing in. That's quite diverse, but they're all sort of very cutting edge, very innovative kind of areas. So if you can just give us an overview of your portfolio, who you have invested in, and perhaps if there's some kind of philosophy or ethos that your fund kind of runs by.
So you really have sort of hit it on the head when you said cutting edge technologies.
Okay, cool.
So we actually started 20 years ago with Nick and Kate. They're the founders of Savant. One was a scientist, one was an engineer, both with MBAs. They're really trying to work with early stage businesses, cutting edge early stage businesses. And naturally, with science and engineering being the forte, that became the theme that we looked at. Over the years, with 4IR coming to the fore, firmware and platforms became a lot more important and relevant, with more of our solutions being, or that we were targeting, being connected. And as a result, we have sort of included a little bit of software deep tech as well. But not too much. We pretty much do love our science and engineering, the things that you can touch and feel, biotechnologies, etc. So we've had an agnostic approach over the years. And so as a result, we've got aerospace technologies, we've got hydrogen production, we've got agri-tech, both on the biotech and on the automation side.
Wow.
We've got health technologies. So one of our portfolio companies, for example, has the technological solution to actually slow down and arrest the progression of glaucoma, in a way that doesn't have the side effects that the sort of stat quo treatments have. Other areas are energy management, data aggregation, for edge devices, for platform players to utilize, nanofiber manufacture. And all of this is actually coming out of South Africa, and Africa. So it's the ethos or the thesis has been, we find innovative early stage companies that have the ability to demonstrate some level of scale locally, but because of the challenges that we have locally, out of necessity, oftentimes the technology is able to leapfrog the challenges that we have, and in doing so, we create these cutting edge opportunities that can actually compete globally. And so that's what we're actually starting to see now is African-born technology companies actually, the operational base, the manufacturing or assembly, and all of those things are done here on the continent, but still selling to Europe, selling to America, selling to Australasia as well.
That's great to hear. Great to hear that you kind of, A, that there's that innovation is happening in the continent, but B, that there's someone there that's recognizing it and pushing it. So tell me a bit, you mentioned early stage startups, but what stages typically do you come in? I know you've got the kind of angel investors through to, once, I guess, things go public or get sold to equity partners. So what does where do you come in? What sort of funding sizes are you kind of involved in?
That's a good question. I'm going to give you a long answer.
Okay.
So, when we started off as an incubator and a venture builder. That's sort of helping really early stage companies that's pre-revenue, figure out how to turn the innovations into products that can actually go to market and get tested and pivot, not pivot, or cancel. So that's really the job of the incubator. And then in between, we also support companies through an investment readiness acceleration program. And that's really looking at companies that are going into an investment round but are not quite ready. But they are about to go into a round, so we actually spend some time bringing experts in, so they're not just learning from ourselves.
Okay.
And the goal is to actually get them for a state of readiness to where we can either invest, or if we're not able to or we don't want to, there's another set of investors that we bring to the table that are actually able invest in these companies. The idea of that program is to really catalyze investments into science and engineering opportunities coming from the continent.
Okay.
And then we also do corporate innovation and investment programs. So that's really getting corporates who are potential buyers of the solutions or the companies to actually invest in them or finance a little part of the journey so that they can actually accelerate scale, have product market fit, and deliver value for those corporates and potentially other corporates outside of that initial opportunity.
Okay, so that's obviously, the corporates are kind of investing directly into those. But where does Savant get its funding from? Where do you kind of get your money from?
Yeah, sorry.
Same partners?
I actually forgot to add that last part. So we had our first fund, which was backed by IDC as a SME fund and the Technology Innovation Agency.
Okay.
They were really critical. I think without the SME fund actually coming on board the first time, it would have been incredibly difficult to actually raise the fund in its entirety. But they did, and following that, we got the IDC over the line and the TIA agency over the line, which really strengthened our relationships with the TIA as well, because we do administer grant on their behalf in the incubator side of things. And so we actually plowed that into companies that were pre-revenue, just post-revenue, and a little bit more mature as well. So already starting to have internationalized revenues, or some of them actually just having plain international revenues, and no longer or not ever having had some localized revenue.
Okay. So as I mentioned at the top of the interview, this is the first year that Security Summit, as far as I'm aware, has had a venture capital kind of panel. And I think venture capital is probably starting to kind of make a footprint in the tech industry locally. So looking at that, I mean, what do you think that says about the state of it? I mean, obviously, there could be venture capital in the security industry before the summit kind of picked up on it, but I'm kind of getting a sense that it's not really a big area that's had a lot of focus from the VC community until now. What's your kind of take on that? And what do you think we can do to grow the local kind of security entrepreneurs, startup kind of sector? I mean, we've got a couple of examples. This booth, probably right above your head, is sponsored by Snowed. We've got Mimecast, who've kind of gone on to global things. We've got Intersect. I think Snowed's co-CEO, Christy Meharry, was part of Law Trust. So we've got a few examples of where we've had security players in the past. But what more can we do to kind of get startups kind of up and running, get them in this cyberspace, and to attract kind of interest from yourselves?
So I think what you're doing here is actually a brilliant start. I mean, bringing awareness to the industry, what's happening, who the major players are, what are the problems that they're tackling, and I think, I think there will be a natural progression towards VCs actually spending, focused time trying to target security startups. Because if you look at what's happening at the moment, things have been accelerated due to the lockdown with remote working. There's been a lot more security breaches on various levels in various types of organizations. So, you look at what's happening with a lot of state institutions, credit bureaus, even banks with denial of service attacks. There's a lot more activity, and South Africa's sort of reported incidents on the rise year on year hasn't slowed. It's actually accelerating. And if you look at that, that's actually a problem that's ballooning. And VC's job, venture capitalist's job, is actually to find companies that are tackling the problems of now and the future, not the problems of yesterday. So I think as these things sort of arise naturally, you will actually have a lot more security related opportunities, investable opportunities coming to the fore. I've been on a call with several companies this year that are starting afresh, coming out of fintech environments and payment spaces and insurtech environments, saying, hey, in being in these environments, we've actually spotted gaps, and so now they're building these startups and they're capitalizing them at a rapid pace. So I think there's an organic push towards that anyway. But I think also events such as these would actually shed quite a bit of light on what's happening that side. I know if you look at South Africa as a nation in general, or Africa as a continent, we sort of tend to lag behind some of the initial trends from overseas, and then we sort of overtake them after a while. So, with mobile phones and smartphone adoption and payments and those sorts of things. So if you look at cybersecurity, there's a wave of new cybersecurity startups being funded overseas, tackling real world problems. None of them are developing opportunities that's price sensitive or geared towards the African continent. And so, with all of these attacks, these increasing attacks that are happening on the continent, I think we're actually going to see a wave of cybersecurity investment opportunities coming to the fore.
Okay. And you said that you've been speaking to a few companies already about kind of investments, or maybe not investment opportunities, but what are you seeing? Are there any specific niches that they're kind of playing in that you can kind of talk to us about?
A lot of it is actually in the payment space, to be honest, because there's a lot of high volume transactions with new technologies, and those are creating opportunities for breaches. So there's a rate of pace that a lot of startups adopt to get traction, to get to the market, and they often overlook a few things. Just to accelerate, the deployments, and security usually follows that. And we do have a security-related company in our portfolio. I mean, I won't mention the name at the moment. We didn't invest in it because it was security related. This is the funny thing. We just like the fact that they were doing high volume transaction processing.
Okay.
And the result of that was that, these fintech scale-ups and banks were able to process a little bit more in real time and actually stem fraud leakage. So yeah, it's just quite interesting to note. People have come to us from a security angle. Others have come to us, from a different angle. And the technology stack has been great, and they're solving a different problem, but in doing so, also solving cybersecurity problems.
Okay. So as I say, first year we've had venture capitalists at the summit. If we were to invite you back, I mean, maybe next year, 2 years' time, 3 years' time, what sort of how would you have expected the cybersecurity ecosystem to have changed in terms of startups or companies? And do you think you will have invested in any of the kind of more pure security players that perhaps would appear be exhibiting here? That's a little plug to maybe get them to exhibit here once you have invested in them.
For sure, yeah. So for our side, we like deep tech, science and engineering, so there needs to be like a hardware component to it.
Okay.
So, if somebody's got a security device that enables end-to-end secure transmissions for CCTV, other forms of processing, collecting and processing data that has a secure, very, very secure layer, that would be of interest to us. We've actually got another company in the portfolio where they had VPN issues, and so their solution was, why don't we do end-to-end or device-to-device blockchain encryption? That's super interesting. Nobody's doing that.
Sure. Okay.
So I mean, what we'd see is like, what is cutting edge? What are people doing that nobody else is doing? How are they actually leveraging AI to speed up? AI and automation to speed up, threat detection in a way that other people aren't doing it. I think that's what we look for.
Okay.
But I do think, just some of the early stage people that I've spoken to this year, just gives me a little bit of insight as to what's to come next year. So I think you'll probably have quite a bit more startups that are actually sort of around at various levels. So you have the people that will be starting next year. You'll have the people that are actually doing something interesting as a result of what they've done this year. And then you'll have new entrants that are actually active overseas, but are seeing the strength of the opportunity in South Africa.
Okay. That's been awesome to hear. I'm really kind of fascinated. I hope to hear more from your investment companies or the kind of portfolio companies. And hope we see you again here next year. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Tahir Mullins, partner at Savant Venture Fund. Hello, welcome back to ITWeb live at the Security Summit 2024. I'm joined now by Lundin Jamani. I'm saying that right? Good. Good. First one of the day to get right. Who's the principal for WZ Capital and director for Josie Angels. Lundi, welcome.
Thank you.
Cool. So yeah, we're going to talk a bit about venture capital. Obviously, the Security Summit is focused on cybersecurity, and I think it's quite interesting that I think this is the first year we've had venture capitalists at the event to talk about that. We've obviously had in South Africa, we've had a few kind of startups that have gone on to do great things. I'm thinking kind of Intersect, Mimecast, Snowed, apparently, who are partners with the booth here. But yeah, so I think it's an area that's kind of slowly developing, but I think there's obviously a lot of growth in the area. I think one figure that I saw, when we spoke to the information regulator, they said they've seen like a 200% rise in the number of reports they've had in a year. So it's obviously a hot growth area. There's a lot of demand in a kind of commercial way. And yeah, it's only going to get worse, I think. It's only going to be better, depending on which side of the bank account you're on. But yeah, give us an introduction to venture capital, the local scene, the local startup scene, the local venture capital scene. Give us an idea of how vibrant it is and where the funding traditionally comes from to kind of help support these kind of entrepreneurs and startups.
Got you. Well, venture capital has come a long way. In South Africa. We got into the space in around 2016, but prior to that, there was some venture capital activity, but it's matured relative to what it was before. So you had a lot of people getting into, the startup scene with new ideas and all of that. They didn't really know about VC, so it was quite niche. So today, everyone knows about VC. If you are an entrepreneur, most likely VC might be the first route that you think, to get some capital. So we've seen a lot of startups kind of maturing as well. So you had a lot of people who had great ideas, but didn't know that an idea on its own is not something that is a business. So there's a lot of work that really needs to, be taken in order to make it an investable business. So with venture capital having matured, we've also seen the maturity of the startups alongside that as well. So it is vibrant. It is an exciting space. There's a lot of great opportunities. And with digital transformation, as we know, it's literally driving every segment of the world. It's really bringing forward quite a lot of innovation, which is exciting. So a lot of investment opportunities. So on our end, from a capital side of things in the VC sector, a lot of the capital has largely been brought forward by your DFIs. That's tended.
Sorry, DFI being?
Development finance institutions.
Okay.
Yeah. So they've kind of been playing quite actively, particularly in Africa. But currently, I've seen from our perspective a decrease in the DFI's involvement, particularly in South Africa, because from the conversations that I've had with some of them, South Africa is seen as a more mature market where capital should be, quite available
locally.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Which is fair, but there are some, nuances about is that capital actively participating in the VC space or is it not? Is the diversity that capital is, creating within the VC space or is it not? So those are some of the, changes and developments that I think are still in the works. But alongside that, there's also your government agencies. For instance, on our end, there's the Technology Innovation Agency, who has done a lot to actually, create a lot of development within the space, putting in some active capital, but also support structures to support the VC sector. So we've seen a lot of involvement from that perspective. And then there's also recently, as of 15th of March, through Josie Angels as well. This is the other entity that I'm a part of, as you mentioned. There is GIZ, which is a German agency, which has brought forward, together with BMZ, which is the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. They've recently launched a program called the Develop Ventures Program, where they're looking at providing matching funds to South African entities that are looking to actually, participate economically within South Africa. And that's a program that we're running together with an international partner called VC4A. So it's actually quite exciting. There's a lot of things that are actually happening, but there's still a lot more activity that I think is yet to be unlocked.
Okay. It's interesting you mentioned the international funds and international kind of investment coming in. And I think that's something I've seen from the news, and maybe you've got a better idea from being at the front line of it. I think there was quite a lot of investment a couple of years ago into Africa and sort of South Africa, and that seems like it's dried up from what I've been reading. Is that what you're seeing? Is it that, as you mentioned, perhaps the investment was coming into South Africa and they've gone, you know what, they've got enough money there that they can sort themselves out, let's focus elsewhere into Africa? Or is it specifically the sort of bigger macroeconomic picture of what's happening globally, and people are saying Africa's a bit of a risk, let's pull the money back into our own countries, back into America, back into Europe?
All of the above.
Okay, great. Next question. Cool.
So definitely, I mean, there's been a vacuum of capital. I think it had to be redirected to other spaces, and a lot of the capital that is available in the continent, probably more than 70% of it was not local capital, so it didn't come from local investors. So what that did is, as soon as that capital dried up, so then it kind of really exposed how much capital it has been flowing within the continent, and I'm going to focus particularly within South Africa. And it shows that there's actually a big need for the private sector to participate in the sector in order to really unlock innovation in a more sustainable way as well. Mm-hmm. But what that capital has done is also identified or pointed out certain flaws within some of the startups that were funded to the extent that there's a large reliance on venture capital being constantly available, flowing into them, that there was a little bit of neglect per se towards sustainability of those businesses. So I think there needs to be a balance. We also understand that obviously, a new business has got specific growth trajectory towards sustainability. If capital runs short prior to them being able to reach that, then obviously they won't be able to reach that sustainability. So we need to be able to plug that gap as long as there is a market sustainability that we look to achieve.
Okay. So I'm trying to think, it was probably, I'm going to say 3-4 years ago, probably before the pandemic. I remember, so ITWeb also has a magazine called Brainstorm, and I used to work on that. And there was a story that we did with Naspers Foundry, and we were kind of looking at the VC space, and there was this kind of gap, I think it was called the missing middle, between like your Naspers and I guess your kind of startups got to a certain point, but there was that kind of missing gap of being able to fund and get them to the next stage. Is that been closed up, or is that still a kind of an issue? And I guess that maybe comes back to the private sector, the institutional investors helping to kind of, is there an appetite there from those kind of guys? So
I would say it's still there to a certain extent, but there has been a little bit more capital probably kind of flowing in between. So for instance, on our end, we start investing from angel side. So that's through Joe's the Angels. So those are your angel check size. And then through WZ Ventures and WZ Capital, or particularly WZ Ventures, we participate at following the angel checks. So then we come in at around your Series A, investments. And then there's a couple of players that come in at, your Series B. So there's some capital that is flowing in between, kind of closing the gaps. But is it enough? No, it's not enough, and that's where the private sector needs to come in. But keeping in mind, the private sector is not going to come in just for the sake of. There has to be a commercial interest on their end, and venture capital in itself is driven by commercial interests. We look to make a profit. So there are those alignments between what private sector wants to achieve from a capital return perspective to what venture capital wants to achieve on a capital return perspective. But it's more than the capital. It's about the impact that can actually be made on the ground, but it's also about the impact that VCs can actually make within the corporates themselves or within the private sector itself in making the industry quite vibrant and making the industry a lot more innovative and globally competitive as well. So there's gains to be had, but it's about where those gains can be achieved and where venture capital can actually meet with the private sector.
Okay. And then maybe if you can tell me a bit more from, I guess, Josie Angels, but also from WZ, what your kind of investment philosophies are, what you're looking for when you're kind of going out to look at prospects kind of investments. Is there a particular focus? Is there a particular industry? Are you looking at the entrepreneurs themselves that kind of fund that are kind of behind the startup? Where's your attention? And if we were to put a startup in front of you, what advice should I be giving them to sell to you and to kind of get them you to invest in them?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, any team that's going to be effective, or any business or any organization or structure that's going to be effective, has to have a strong team. What is the starting point? And the type of teams, that we look at, and kind of put it this way, maybe, we look for a team that has got the formality of, or the structure of a suit. A suit is someone who's, a bit more corporate in their approach, business person and all of that, right? Someone who's, and at the same time, there has to be an element of that radical innovation that's taking place. So that creativity, so that radical nature for creative, and then probably lastly, it's someone who's, or a team that's got the executable or the expertise of an engineer who know the intricacies of the technology that they develop. Exactly,
sure.
100%. So that's something that for us needs to be there holistically in order for us to see that as a viable team to invest in. Obviously, it's not going to be held just by one person. It could be one person in some cases where, you get someone who's that advanced in their approach, but it's very rare. So we look for that. And then the second thing that we look for is a business that's really innovative. So we're not looking for copy paste. We're looking for someone who's actually come up with this, understands the intricacies of why this thing is important and the nuances of this particular thing. So that's what we look for. The idea in itself, it has to be great, it has to be innovative, but it's never really the gem in itself.
Okay.
It's actually the team. And then I think lastly, it's that like an innovation that is not narrow in its focus, but it has to have a large developmental element.
Okay.
It has to have, when I say developmental, it doesn't just mean a social initiative, but it has to have an impact, a massive impact in whatever sector that is participated.
The potential to scale.
Really exactly scale and unlock whatever values within that particular sector. So those are the types of startups that we look to participate and support. And yeah, I think that kind of covers the basis. Industry-wise, we're quite agnostic. So when we started out, we had a couple of industries that we actively invested in. There's a number of those, but we never went out with the intent saying we're looking for this particular sector. So we've been quite broad, which has given us quite a large scope of learnings.
Okay, and then obviously we're here at the Security Summit. It's something I hadn't realised. I've been in IT sort of at ITWeb for about 10 years and hadn't been to the Security Summit before. And then just because of the nature of my job and like I was involved in sort of client stuff. And then I came here, and to me it was like this whole different industry, still within ICT, but there was a lot of companies that I'd never heard of, never done business with, it's a whole separate part, the ecosystem within the bigger ICT ecosystem. So I think it's kind of this interesting little part, massively growing part of the ecosystem. But cyber's obviously this kind of sort of niche area. Are you finding that there's many kind of cyber startups locally? Are you finding that there's entrepreneurs coming to you with a kind of cyber cryptography type solution? Or is it something that you think needs to evolve? I mean, the fact that, as I said before, we've never had a VC panel at the Security Summit, and now for the first year we're having that. Is that kind of indicative of what's going on in the wider kind of space, or is that just because we hadn't thought of it before? What are you finding?
So I think it's probably largely been happening underground, because Same here. There aren't a lot of startups in the cybersecurity space that we have seen, and we see quite a large, number of startups coming through. But from the cybersecurity side, it's few and far in between, far less than what I think is necessary, particularly with where the world is moving forward. So, the hope is that, events such as this are able to kind of unearth, participation within that sector, and also bringing in the VC side of things as well to say, okay, fine, there is capital that's available. There is a particular need that cybersecurity startups are, fulfilling, and there's active cases of them having participated in this particular space. So I think it is definitely, necessary, and it's something that's yet to really, reach where it needs to reach. But hopefully, the signals that marriage. That's
Okay. And how do you think we kind of encourage more entrepreneurs? I mean, so one of the guests we've had already this morning is involved in a hackathon. He does various things at the summit. But yeah, the part of that is he kind of goes and mentors the hackathon. And I think some of the stories he was telling me, they basically got 24 hours to kind of come up with solutions independently of the industry. They don't know the vendors in the security space. They've kind of come up with their own solutions, and they're starting to kind of develop very basic versions of what some of these kind of multinational, international vendors are producing. So I think there is the potential there. So how do we cultivate those kind of young developers and marry them up with the suits and marry them up with the kind of the operations teams and kind of get that whole ecosystem growing so that we can put them in front of you in a year's time, 2 years' time, and then you can start kind of helping them to scale to Africa, scale to the world.
Sure. So hackathons are definitely, the first point of call in my books, that is. But within the hackathons as well, if they're happening in, corners where no one is really, participating from the suit perspective or from the VC side of things, then it's not going to, create that nice flow where there's frictionless flow of capital and startups that are viable. So it's literally about having the hackathons, but having the VCs have sight of the innovation that's taking place, the need that's taking place within those particular spaces. And for me, that's where the gap really needs to be plugged. But also from, just thinking about from the corporate perspective. So largely, some of the things that we do, we speak to a lot of corporates who are interested in investing in particular viable startups, but obviously they have to be at a specific maturity level. So corporates have a growing need to secure their infrastructure.
Sure.
And there's a large, push towards digitization within the corporate framework as well. But you can't digitize without securing, So if there's a vacuum from the security side of things, it leaves those corporates vulnerable, regardless of how innovative their infrastructure might be. So I think there's really a need, for that participation. So if corporates are able to say, okay, fine, we are sponsoring hackathons, and these are the challenges that would like, these particular founders to solve, and then there's also some capital that's coming in. VCs are also looking at it from a particular perspective. Then it starts creating a network around the cybersecurity startups.
Okay. And I think before we kind of came to the summit, Snowed, who are kind of one of the partners with this booth, I was chatting to their co-CEO, Christy Meharry, and she was kind of saying she was one of the co-founders of Law Trust, and she was saying that I think essentially she'd gone to work in the US, she'd taken Law Trust and kind of grown it to be kind of accepted internationally, but certainly it was kind of being used internationally. She went from Law Trust to another international firm, and we've kind of seen that from America, and now she's kind of working at Snowed, who've got, I think, operations in Vietnam, they've got operations in the UK. But I think there was this kind of, from what she was saying, there was this almost that there's perhaps a resistance for SA corporates to buy from SA companies, to kind of trust that local is lekker, if you know what I mean. So how do you think we kind of solve that and get these kind of entrepreneurs, because they've got to start somewhere, And there's no point in kind of having this great product and then having to fly off to Europe all the time to go and sell it when you've got an actual captive market here. How do you think we get over that, where I guess the local market trusts in the local products and the local suppliers?
That has been a challenge for a very long time in South Africa.
Sorry, I'm just throwing this massive problem at you to solve.
In order to be successful in South Africa, you have to go somewhere else and then come in and be validated as successful because you are successful somewhere else in the world. Look, it's a big problem that I think we have. But part of that problem has got to do with, once again, the maturity of a particular industry. If we in South Africa, we see that we have, a vibrant ecosystem around whatever sector, whatever speciality that the world sees valuable, then we start seeing it as valuable, and I think, success cases such as Snowed do prove that within South Africa or even within Africa, there are gems that we can unlock. But once again, from a corporate perspective, coming back to what we mentioned earlier on, they do want to know that we can trust this particular technology or this particular team with a specific task within our structures. So, there's an approach that is used, fairly, often by, international corporates, where they create a sandbox, giving you the opportunity to test out whatever, technology that one has. So if corporates said, within our environment, we understand there's a lot of innovation that's taking place, let's give these smaller guys an opportunity to participate in a sandbox environment, and see what they do, see if they've got the skill sets that we need in order for us to be able to trust them with more, then I think that becomes a good starting point. So you literally give them incremental responsibility to say, okay, fine, you've proven this, and then let's add more. So then it starts creating an environment that allows the smaller guys to start participating with the bigger guys, and the bigger guys to start trusting the smaller guys in being able to execute.
Okay, fantastic. I think with this whole new coalition government, maybe there's a Ministry of Small Business Development. Maybe if there's a position comes up, you might want to go and sit there. Lundi, that's been great. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for your time. Really
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's been Lundi Njamani, who is from WZ Capital and Josie Angels. Please stay tuned. We've got another exciting interview coming up shortly.
Good morning. I'm Matthew Burbage, and we're here at day 2 of the ITWeb Security Summit. Joined by
Thank you.
he's the executive head of cybersecurity operations at Liquid C2, which is part of Liquid, and that is the holding company is the start. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining me. So tell me about what you look after at Liquid C2.
Right, so in the security service delivery umbrella, we've got managed security services, which is your business as usual services like firewall maintenance and management, vulnerability management, endpoint management as well. And then we've also got SOC services, 24/7 monitoring, and that is your traditional monitoring of various feeds going into a central SIEM repository. I think a key differentiator for us, though, is we don't just have this reactive monitoring approach. We also try to incorporate a proactive philosophy in the way in which we manage our SOC. So we have a number of threat intelligence feeds. We also have proactive threat hunting throughout our customers' environments. Which,
So you call this a cyber, you call this your cyber fusion center.
yes, yeah, that is another term, yes.
Okay. So the fusion is bringing all of this together.
Yes, exactly, just like the cooking.
Okay.
It's bringing all the ingredients together so you got this amazing synergy between them.
And where does this? Can you tell me where this fusion center sits?
So we launched the first fusion center in Midrand, but we have satellites to that fusion center in Kenya, Zambia, and Egypt.
All right. So it's run. It's all run from here.
Yes, so it's a hub and spoke model, but yes, run from the Midrand.
All right. So then your customers will be feeding in Zambia. Will be feeding into the center using your dedicated fiber network. Or using Liquid's interconnect.
In some case, yes. In other case, we are resident in our customer's environment through secure VPN or tunneling into the environment.
Okay. And how long has that been going?
July 2022. So very proud that we pioneered that fusion center concept in Africa. It was the first in Africa. So it's less than 2 years ago, but it feels like a lifetime with moving into Africa. There's a lot of work that we've had to do. It's been very exciting.
And you sit there in that very center.
On the Midrand, yeah, I sit in the center. Yeah.
Okay. And who are you employing there?
So physically in the center, it's all about taking a number of what used to be separate security silos and pillars, and keeping them together in the same organizational unit, but also in the same workspace. So just to give you an example, if you've got a level 1 SOC analyst that gets a Cisco alert coming through from a firewall, and they're not too sure on the context of the alert or how that should be handled, we've got a Cisco CCIE expert sitting a couple of meters away. Analyst is able to go within seconds, able to get this granular, amazing technical context. And so we've got this cross-pollination of skills, of knowledge, and we drive that pretty hard through the model. That's what it's all about.
And other than Cisco, who else would you have sitting there?
We'd have a Fortinet, if you look at the grading or qualification, NSE 8, it's the highest. We have a Fortinet NSE 8 also sitting there.
Okay.
So
and 24/7.
24/7.
So there's someone sitting there all night and all day, or do they get like a call at home or something?
Yeah. So there's eyes on. I think that's so. Yes, the physical presence is there, but the eyes on is 24/7. So we don't wait for calls. There are people that are awake and actively monitoring various telemetry and screens 24/7.
So I don't know if you can speak with any detail about how, you've obviously caught some things in the past.
Yes.
How did that play out?
It's interesting that you mentioned that. So we had a ransomware attack at one of our customers, and we in the beginning we were using, you could say, human intervention. So as the ransomware was compromising and taking over certain machines, we'd manually isolate them and move them off the network. And just related to my presentation yesterday, we then started to leverage an artificial intelligence platform. That platform was able to do analysis. We were able to set up the triaging to decide the degree or authenticity and risk to business. Once we got the thresholds right, the configurations right, we then had sign off from executive management to make this AI platform autonomous. So it was able to make decisions based on what it could see in the network, based from the threat intelligence feeds coming into it. At certain severity levels, it could automatically contain machines off the network. It could disrupt communications that it could confirm as malicious, and then isolate the machine off the network automatically. And that was a game changer for us. So leveraging that part of AI turned the tide in that whole incident for us.
What specific was it? Like a vendor's tool AI tool that you were using? Or?
Yes. So one of the partners we have is with Darktrace.
Okay.
So we have an artificial intelligence tool with Darktrace, and we also have Microsoft Sentinel as another AI-powered tool that we use.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So you'd also have to get sign off from the customer that you're using that tool, or
absolutely, no, without a doubt. So it's completely transparent, and especially if you're now handing over decision making to artificial intelligence, that needs to come with full approval from the business at a very senior level.
That is amazing. That is amazing. So you can say that none of your clients have ever been hit by, have never paid a ransom.
And to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
To my knowledge, no, never.
Okay.
And I'm sure you know that the stance is we don't want to negotiate with terrorists. So
yeah,
that's never a wise thing to do. I know a lot of people do it and have to do it, but we advise against it as far as we possibly can.
Yeah. Guy, thanks very much for your time.
Cool.
Thank you.
It was awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, I'm Matthew Burbidge and I'm joined here this morning by Ayanda Peta, the CISO for African Rainbow Minerals. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Tell me about your role at ARM.
So I'm responsible for cybersecurity for the group. So charting the strategy of the group in terms of what we need to do in managing the cyber risk in the environment. From all our operations, both from an IT perspective and also from an operational technology sort of OT perspective. What initiatives do we put in place to address and manage it? And defend against potential attacks to the environment. So that will be my responsibility, defining the strategy and ensuring the execution of that strategy across the group.
Okay, so would it be similar to like a manufacturing company?
There are similar issues for sure in respect of the operational technology side of things. Manufacturing environments, you come up with the product at the end of the day. Those type of environments are not necessarily the same as IT. Traditionally, we know it's almost business as usual in how we defend IT environments, but that is not the case when it comes to operational technology environments, which is applicable in both manufacturing and in the mining sector. There, you need to be a little bit more cautious because you would understand that both from a mining and from a manufacturing perspective, the thing of people safety really is high up.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be doing things that impact production line, impact the operations, and then has an adverse impact maybe on the people factor. So you want to make sure the security that you apply is considered in terms of the environment and the fact that you've got a good understanding, of what the environment looks like, what are the assets that are there, how are those assets operating, what do they do, and what level of security do you need to apply against those assets, depending mostly on the risk that it poses to the business and the value that asset has for us. More so in the operational technology space, it becomes quite important.
Yeah, I mean, I know mines are obsessed with safety.
Absolutely, it's critical.
Yeah,
It's important.
Because I mean, it is such a dangerous job, just inherently. But so, talk to me about that operational technology. I mean, what kind of technology have you got on your mines? And they're in Rustenburg, right?
There's a couple of Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northern Cape, etc. So in those areas, that's really.
And is it mainly PGM metals or is it?
It's a mixture, PGMs, iron ore, manganese.
Okay.
So I think those are the things that we in.
So speak to me about that operational technology. What kind of technology have you got in your mines?
So OT, I mean, there's a key to any OT environment. You talk about the industrial control systems, which then, the systems that manage the manufacturing on the manufacturing side, but on the mining side, they ensure that from pit to port process in getting that precious metal out of the ground and all the way to the port, that process is actually secure. And we speak from a cybersecurity perspective, we speak of the fact that there are certain levels of security that you need to apply in the OT environment. And from a level 1, level 2 perspective, you want to ensure that that environment is actually segmented from your normal IT environment. That's like the first level of protection that you need to apply. And then inside the environment, you want to make sure that you've got consistent eyes and ears from a networking perspective. What is happening inside, the critical assets like your SCADAs, your PLCs, etc. Do you know what happens with them? Do you know what type of communication do they have in the network? So therefore, you need a tool, you need a security tool in there that listens to that and that can protect against that and that has an understanding. And there's quite a variety of tools that the industry have.
Can you mention any of them? Or?
I'm not sure if I can mention, but
no, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
So there's a couple. I mean, there's Force Scout, there's Nozomi, there is Dark Trace, there is Clarity. actually, just from the top of my mind, those are some of the 4 that I know of that play in that space, where they can give you those eyes and visibility. And then if you go a level up in terms of, just from a framework of what you need to do to protect an OT environment or an ICS environment, you can go up to say you now need to actually go, depending obviously on your risk, to go and do a micro-segmentation where you go deep, not just segment and monitor, but you go deep and actually say these assets need to be put on the side, these assets need to be separated this way. You go piecemeal type of segmentation in order to reduce your risk of a potential lateral movement when it comes to a cyber attack even further. If you get compromised in a certain area of the business or the OT environment, that doesn't spread across to other areas. In that way you manage your risk.
Have you ever had a breach?
No, we haven't had a breach in the environment. We have minor incidences that we obviously address on a day-to-day basis. We've got a managed security services that protects and responds to our incidences, like a SOC, for instance. So you'd have analysts that manage the environment and respond to those incidents. So we've had quite a few incidents. Quite a few cyber responses.
So would those have been anything is it doesn't have to be a breach, but is it would it be like an internal?
Yeah, it would be like phishing thing that comes through. That there was a couple of phishing emails that came through and got identified by users. They report them to us.
Yeah,
we respond to them, etc.
So, how many people work at the company that you have to look after?
Nowadays, it's always probably plus minus 10,000.
So that's
a big show.
But that's including minus.
Yeah, it's a big show.
But your actual staff,
I think you're looking at about 4,000 to 5,000. About 5,000, in fact, in terms of the actual users that I would like to call the users that use emails. If I would put it that way.
Okay.
Because obviously, if you are using an email, then you are an attack vector. When it comes to, you are quite a high attack vector.
I wouldn't have thought it would be that many people.
It's actually quite that many people.
What do they all do there?
It's different things. And obviously you've got different profiles of users. You might have a user that just accesses the emails, for instance, for the sake of just getting maybe their payslip or whatever they require, all the way up to a user that actually develops. Works in our development environment, where they then do quite advanced things. So that list of users is that actually from a profile perspective.
And do you do any cybersecurity training with your people?
Absolutely, quite critical. We do it on a regular basis. We recently finished one, and we do it every year. It is quite important that we keep our users vigilant when it comes to the nature of cyber attacks. More importantly, the nature of phishing attacks that come through. How to identify those phishing attacks and what the process is in order to report those. So we definitely do that regularly.
And what form does that take? I mean, is it like, do you try and fish them? Which vendor are you using?
It takes two forms. Okay. It takes two forms. The first form is educate and make our way. Both using where users can take training at their own, obviously with the deadline at their own discretion, and then where we do live sessions, give the users an opportunity to actually be able to interact with the cybersecurity team and ask questions, and then the other leg is then simulating the phishing. To the users and understand, and just giving them, and for us to understand, what is the fish prone rate of our users, and how has that improved with the training that we've done over the period.
It's very. Which vendor are you using for your training?
I think most people are using Know-Before.
Know-Before. That name has been mentioned so often in this little booth.
I'm sure people are using Know-Before.
Yeah. We have to. We need to probably use them as well. Okay. Well, thanks very much. Ayanda. I mean, I just kind of, you know, as you say, from pit to port. That's a nice way of describing, you know, the value chain.
Yeah, the value chain is very important. And you protect that value chain.
Yeah. And if you never had an incident like with any OT system going down or anything, I mean, you haven't had a breach in your OT system.
We've had instances where OT asset goes down, but not necessarily a breach, but it goes down from an availability perspective.
Yeah.
Or, you know, with our segmentation being in place, systems are able to connect, for instance, and potentially impacting the business in terms of just addressing or doing the business operations, and those we respond to on a regular basis where they do arise.
How do you interact with your risk and compliance department?
Quite closely.
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah.
That is a close relationship all the time. Very important. You cannot a business. That interlock between IT as a whole, including cyber and enterprise risk, is quite key for business, because if the risk of cyber is that high, then enterprise risk needs to make sure that there is that second defense in terms of ensuring that we are putting the necessary controls in place to manage this risk, and then enterprise risk ensures that we go together in going back to business and reporting that this risk is actually being managed regularly.
Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
ITWeb's Security Summit. We have got a long list actually of speakers, and we've got hundreds of guests who are here to listen to all the insightful presentations regarding security in South Africa's landscape. Well, I'm joined in studio this morning by Clive Butko, who is the managing partner and co-founder of Conducive Capital. And he's also going to be one of the speakers coming up in just an hour or two. Clive, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity.
Great to have you in studio. This is actually your second time at the ITWeb studios. And actually, I thought I'd be less nervous this time around, but no, there's something striking and very intimidating about interviewing somebody with a wealth of experience. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV. My name is Dibahle Malinga, and we're coming to you live and direct from the Sandton Convention Center right here in Johannesburg, where ITWeb is hosting the second day of the Security Summit. And so we've been seeing, cybersecurity experts and company leaders within the industry taking to the podium and sharing some great insights on what's really happening within the local as well as the global cybersecurity landscape. And speaking of experts, I'm joined by one right here. And that is Clive Butko, who is the managing partner of Conducive Capital. He's also the founder of Conducive Capital. Clive, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us in studio.
Good morning, and thanks very much for the opportunity.
So this is your second time in the ITWeb studios, and it's always a great pleasure to have you grace us with your presence. So you're going to form part of a panel discussion which is titled "Investing in Cyber: How to Raise Money for a Cyber Startup." In a nutshell, just tell us why this topic is important and what exactly you'll be talking about.
I think the topic's important for any entrepreneur who's founding a cybersecurity company, because there is quite investment in cybersecurity. You have to hire lots of software engineers and marketing and sales. So it's quite a capital intensive startup. So you do need most people to bootstrap a company where you're competing against companies that have raised lots of capital. Is very, very difficult to help it scale. So we're going to share ideas on how you can actually go about it, what do we need to look for, what do we look for as investors to help the cybersecurity entrepreneurs actually raise capital.
I can imagine there's several factors that actually distinguish it from investing in a mainstream tech startup. But let's just get an understanding of how do venture capitalists actually see the cybersecurity threat landscape evolving, and how does this really influence their investment decisions?
I think what we're seeing, I think it's right around the globe, but the frequency and the sophistication of attacks, whether they're ransomware attacks, whether they're phishing, whether they're spoofing, whether they're cyber espionage, whatever they might be, is going up at a significant rate. So that you can see the demand for solutions will obviously be going up at the same rate as well. Why this is happening is you take technological advancements as an example, things like AI, machine learning, blockchain. So all this vector landscape is going up quite significantly, and you need these cybersecurity companies to protect companies from these threats in the AI machine learning blockchain space. I mean, in addition to that, you've got emerging technologies like the Internet of Things, edge computing, mobile, and these things, these like last point solutions have not got the best protection at the moment.
Wow.
And really is a significant threat for organizations that are dealing with your data and dealing with your information systems from these hackers and from these bad actors. So I'm very excited about we've made one in my previous company, Capital Venture Partners. We made one really interesting investment into Senmark. And now we're looking at part of my new company. We're definitely looking into investing into cybersecurity companies.
Wow. Just tell us a little bit about Senmark and, how you've been able to boost, the market value for the company through funding and the growth in demand for their services.
So I think when we invested in Senmark, it's quite an interesting one. We were typically a pre-Series A, Series A investor, so a little bit later stage. When the entrepreneurs contacted us, they were at very early stage. They had just a handful of clients, maybe 10,000 Rand monthly recurring revenue. But what was more important than that was the team. The team had built companies before. They understood the email environment. They understood phishing and spoofing. They understood cybersecurity. So the most important criteria was they had some initial traction. It was very, very small, and it wasn't typically where we invested. But they were entrepreneurs who understood the landscape. They understood what the threats were. They understood these bad actors, understood the problem that they needed to solve. So we invested in Senmark at that early stage. And if I look back now, it's probably 3 years later. They are now a multi-million Rand company.
Wow.
They are raising at, I think, something like 50 times what we invested at when we made our initial investment 3 years ago. And they're in 40 countries and with about 4,000 clients. So none of this is confidential, but they are absolutely blowing the lights out. And it shows you the demand for the point solutions that they are developing around security.
And it actually shows you the importance of really, getting good investment on a consistent basis in order to scale your business. So you have touched on this question, but just give us, more detail on what exactly venture capitalists look for when evaluating, the market value of a cybersecurity startup. So you spoke of, the previous beneficiaries having really great experience and a good understanding of the threat landscape, which are two key factors. So what else would you say is important?
I think, it's a lot of cybersecurity startups have the same criteria as any startup, whether it's an artificial intelligence startup, a fintech startup, a marketplace startup. But most importantly, the first aspect we always look at is people, the team, and the team. But in this case, we want a team that has people that have been in the cybersecurity world before, that understand this landscape threats. They understand what ransomware and phishing and spoofing and cyber espionage, they understand these concepts. And most importantly, they understand the problems that need to be solved in the industry. So whether it's solving a problem for the thousands and thousands of fintech startups that have started around the globe, or whether they're solving a problem for the Fortune 1000 companies. And take the Zenmark team, they understood those problems. They really understood the problem, and the solution wasn't a nice to have, it was a need to have. So whenever we look at investing in a cybersecurity company, we want solutions that are a must have. And they're painkillers to alleviate the pain. They're not vitamins, to make you feel slightly better. And that's the most important thing we look for. And then we look for unique. Can this actually scale? Can they actually make money? We look for things like the size of the market. We look for things for how much. We look at so many of the other criteria are the same criteria as we would look at for any startup that we invested in. The one key difference here is the size of the market and the competitive landscape. Are you solving a problem that not everyone else is solving? We don't want to invest in a Me Too company. Yes, it might be solving a problem, but there's another 50 of you companies that are doing exactly the same thing. So how do you actually differentiate? So what we look for is they have something that's 10 times better, whether it's a feature, whether it's a product, whether it's a customer segment, whether it's something that is better than any other competitor in the marketplace. If it's just a Me Too company, it really starts competing on price, and then it's just a race to zero. And we'll never get the returns for our investors in that situation.
Then it just defeats your purpose. So, I heard yesterday one of the speakers talking about how there are so many fly-by-nights in the cybersecurity industry now. And, sometimes it's really difficult for companies who are looking for vendors to be able to really get that reassurance that, they only realize in most cases after, flashing away thousands of dollars down the toilet that actually this person or this company doesn't know what they're really doing. So do you have a vetting process just to ensure that you are really dealing with people who understand what they're doing when you are looking at options in terms of investing in cybersecurity businesses?
Well, I think my partner is from one of the founders of Ozo, so he's very much a technical person. His background is technology, his background understands cyber, he understands all the regulatory issues. So most definitely when we do a due diligence, we will do a due diligence on the technology. How's it different? Where is it 10 times better than anything else? How's it not the same, as you said, as all these startups that are starting out, and actually 9 out of 10 of them are going to fail? How do we pick the 1 out of 10 winner that's going to make our investors a 10x return on their capital?
So, you started the Conducive Capital this year after leaving Callan Venture at the end of last year. Can you just give us a brief overview of what actually makes this venture capital different? What are those factors that distinguish what you do to your competitors?
Well, I think, it's a great question there, because we are entrepreneurs and operators before we are investors. So I've built numerous companies, exited a number of companies. I've probably been involved in building over 100 companies and scaling over 100 companies, advising over 100 companies, being on the board of over 100 companies. My partner's built a number of businesses, and particularly Ozo, which is one of the top payments companies in South Africa. So we are the entrepreneurs behind the entrepreneurs. We see ourselves, and while we want entrepreneurs to take our capital rather than someone else's, we see ourselves as providing value-added services. So we ourselves providing marketing, whether it's social media, whether it's TikTok, whether it's whatever it might be. We see ourselves as providing strategy advice, product advice, whatever the company actually needs. We see ourselves as a one-stop shop to provide these value-added services. We can do that because we know what it's like to be an entrepreneur. We've stood in their shoes before, and most of our competitors, in all honesty, come from an accounting background or a private equity background or an actuarial background or legal background. We come from building technology startups. And that's why we see Conducive Capital has got a major opportunity and advantage in the South African marketplace. If you look at Silicon Valley, most of the Silicon Valley VCs, or the best ones, are ex-entrepreneurs. So they are the entrepreneurs behind the entrepreneurs. We want to be the Sequoia capital of Africa, of South Africa.
Yeah, because usually you find that once a once an entrepreneur has received funding, they then have to go through some kind of mentorship or development process, to further develop themselves. And with your company, you offer everything under one roof, basically.
Well, we see it as mentorship capital. So we provide mentorship capital, we provide financial capital, we provide social capital. We've got unbelievable networks that we can introduce our entrepreneurs to, and we provide human capital. We've got unbelievable networks. We've got access to the best engineers, the best marketing, the best product, the best whatever you might need, the best sales. We have access to those people. So we help our investing companies in actually hiring these individuals, and that is a key contribution to build an A team and keep on building an A team. You know what? The A team hiring the B team, and the B team then hires the C team.
Exactly.
We want a team of top performers that they're always world class and they're A+ performers, and we help our investing companies in finding and hiring those people.
And what would you say are the biggest challenges facing startups as well as just the VC industry as a whole?
I think startups, the biggest challenges there are really, for one, building the best team and making sure that every single person is better than yourself. So you build a world-class team and you make no exceptions for that. And secondly is, I think, is understanding the unit economics. So as Warren Buffett says, accounting is the language of business. I find many entrepreneurs that they might understand technology or they might understand, but they don't understand the details of the unit economics. They don't understand how you run a profitable business. When you look at things like your customer lifetime value, your cost of acquisition, your burn ratio, are you spending $1 to make $2? Are you spending $1 to make $10? Are you spending $1 to make 1 cent? They need to understand these, what we call unit economics. And that's something we spend a lot of time on, is really understanding, is it a business that can be scaled and the unit economics are scalable? Because often they think they've got great businesses and they've got traction, they've got revenue, but they're actually not scalable businesses. They can actually never actually make a profit and never actually make money.
Wow.
So a very important component for us is to look at the, capital light businesses, capital efficient businesses, opposed to just businesses that just keep on spending and spending and spending to make a dollar of revenue.
And then they find that they're actually making a loss and they may not even be aware of it initially.
Exactly.
So have you already identified some viable security startups, particularly from a local perspective?
We've identified a lot of companies. We're still in the process of raising capital, so we haven't taken those discussions too far. But there are definitely some nice companies we want to have further discussions with. In the cybersecurity, in the AI arena, in many verticals, we're very excited about the caliber and the brains that are out there in South Africa. Very excited about the entrepreneur in the tech ecosystem. So watch the space.
Okay, so as a parting shot, I'd like you just to briefly talk to, we have a lot of industry experts and company leaders and even international funds who actually read a lot of our articles and even watch ITWeb TV. So why should they consider investing in conducive capital?
Well, why should you consider investing in conducive capital? I think we've got a track record. We've got a track record of building many companies and selling and exiting our portions of many companies. So I think we're as good as any other company, if not better. I think number two, we've got a team that is unbelievable. We're a team of entrepreneurs. We understand what an entrepreneur goes through. So we can really help them, as I was just explaining now, with all the different forms of capital that you actually need, from financial capital to mentorship capital to human capital to social capital. And number three, we think we are a good investment. We do look at about a 30% internal rate of return. Our track record says we can deliver a 30% IRR, and we are confident with the caliber of the entrepreneurs that we're seeing and the number of entrepreneurs that want to take capital from conducive capital, because they have a choice of where they go to conducive capital or one of our competitors. They want to come to conducive capital for the reasons I've just explained now, that we are just not financial investors. We are business builders. We are operators. And investors are looking for that too, and entrepreneurs are looking for that to receive that from the investment company. So we're very excited to invest in some of these brilliant minds we see in South Africa and on the continent.
Thank you so much. That was Clive Batko, who is the managing partner and co-founder of Conducive Capital. And we do wish you all the best with your very exciting journey there. Clive, of course, is going to be part of the panel discussion that's coming up right here on the second day of the ITWeb Security Summit. And if you are around, come and make your way through. We are here at the Sandton Convention Center. Clive's discussion is titled Investing in Cyber, How to Raise Money for a Cyber Startup. So that's it for our conversation. I'll be back again this afternoon. And of course, we do continue listening to some insightful presentations. From Misibahle Malinga. Adios.
Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV live at Security Summit 2024. I'm here now with Nilesh Baichan, who is the cybersecurity manager from Tiger Brands. Nilesh, welcome.
Thank you.
Cool.
Nice to be here.
Good. Yeah, it's good to have Security Summit up and running again.
Yeah.
And it's good to have so many people through the booth. But let's talk about Tiger Brands. Let's talk about you. So first question, very kind of easy, settle you into things. Maybe not as easy. Give us a high-level overview of your cybersecurity strategy.
So, Adrian, our strategy is very simple, right? We take a lot of the controls and frameworks that are out there, so your ISO, your NIST, all of that. But what we do is we adapt it.
Okay.
We don't follow it by the gospel. At the end of the day, as a business, we're not a financial institution. At the end of the day, right? Our bread and butter is baked beans.
Okay. And butter beans?
Butter beans as well, yeah.
There you go.
But that's what we do, right?
Sure.
Beans, pasta, that's what we do. So we're not a financial institution. So we've got to adapt and shift and look at what is our crown jewels, what's important to us.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, what's important to us is availability. So looking at availability, looking at that level of crown jewels, is we've built that strategy over the last 5 years around what do we need to do to ensure our factories have uptime. And we've put in various controls, we've put in various platforms, frameworks, policies, processes in place to ensure we achieve that. And we streamlined that quite well. I mean, we've taken a 5-year strategy and rolled it out in 3 years. And now we have to go back and we're doing the whole ISMS program where we're bringing the governance back into it.
Okay.
And the policies, the processes, and how do we really govern all of these lovely controls that we've put in place.
Okay. And then, I mean, you say a 5-year strategy and 3 years, and immediately my head went, cyber's supposed to be very fast moving and there's a lot changing. It's kind of constantly evolving. There's all different.
Yes.
So how do you deal with like a 5-year strategy when there's so much changing all the time?
So as much as the landscape changes, the controls itself that has to be there doesn't change.
Sure.
So today the leading endpoint detection tool could be CrowdStrike. Tomorrow it's Microsoft. So the actual control itself that has to be implemented doesn't change. The tool might change, and that's where we need to lift and shift and relook at. But in essence itself, and what we need to do, that's there, that's changing. Yes, it ever evolves, and we're constantly relooking at that strategy. So it's not concrete. It's not there, and that's the end of it, and that's all we're going to do. No, we always we evaluate, we test. And then we go back.
Okay. And you kind of touched on it before, but what do you think are the kind of unique challenges? I mean, you mentioned the factories, but the unique challenges to Tiger Brands, to an FMCG kind of company. I mean, I'm thinking, have you got OT issues that you've got to kind of tie in with the cyber things?
So, OT is always a massive challenge,
sure.
Right? I think the bottom line is you don't know what you don't know. And that is the biggest challenge. Mm-hmm. So in the OT space, you might have a guy sitting in a room somewhere, sees a network cable, I need connectivity, boom, plug that in. Now I've got an OT machine sitting on an IT network, and you're as strong as your weakest link. Tomorrow, if that machine is breached, I've got a breach on the IT side.
Yeah.
The second side of it is definitely, we've got a lot of teams, a lot of departments. Tiger Brands, being in the brand industry over the years, we've purchased other companies. We've bought on brands and we've kind of ran them as they are. And what then transpired is we get a lot of silo approaches in terms of how people work. So what tends to happen is, breaking down those silos is always a conversation, but very little actual work gets done in there. So, we're working quite tirelessly now in the IT space to start breaking down those silos, starting to talk to business more, starting to work with business to help them deliver. At the end of the day, they are our customer. Mm-hmm. An IT business, business is our customer. So we're really starting to get more involved and engaged with our business.
Okay. And I mean, you mentioned the business, but obviously it's kind of made up of employees and obviously it's covering lots of different former companies or kind of all merged into one. Yeah. But I'm assuming you've got kind of different workforces. I mean, you've obviously got the kind of corporate head office guys who are on their PCs all day. And then you've maybe got guys in the factories, the managers who are maybe kind of coming and going and on different PCs, and then maybe kind of occasional factory. I'm building this whole imaginary world.
You got the blue collar, white collar work.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely. So how are you kind of catering different training and awareness kind of packages and programs to them? Or how do you kind of speak to the entire workforce? I guess that's what I'm asking.
So from a computer perspective, it's a little bit easier. We've got a platform that we can use to roll out training to them. So any computer user, laptop user, it's a little bit easier. We enroll them. They've got an ID on the network, so we can easily roll out training to them. The blue collar, white collar workers who don't sit in front of a computer daily, we're trying to do specific roadshows. We've done in 1 or 2 factories thus far, but we're trying to do specific roadshows where we pull them into a room. We talk to them about security. We talk to them about why we're putting things forward, why we do what we do. And you'd be surprised at the interest they actually have. They want to know. Yes, they agree. Okay, I'll follow that. If you say I must do that, I'll do it. No problem. But tell me why. And then they've got questions. They're like, I'm doing this. Is it secure? I get this email from this guy. Is that secure? And you would be surprised. And it's an amazing conversation that we tend to start having with them, because there's so much of interest in wanting to know the cyber world, and they dedicated to ensuring that yes, there's safety, because at the end of the day, the same safety that we're enforcing for them in the office, they're taking that home, they're taking that message home.
Brilliant.
And it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that's kind of come up a few times, is that like it's all well and good that you're kind of looking after your people within your organization and the next CISO is doing the same. But there's this whole kind of population in South Africa, and they maybe don't have people from your companies working there. So I think we need, as a community, to kind of uplift the readiness and the awareness of our population. And I think that's a key challenge that I don't know how we go about solving. And hopefully people like yourself will kind of be able to come to that. But I guess it's that kind of drip of if you're doing the right thing, then it's going to a few homes. Yeah. The next company's doing the right thing, it's going to other homes. So that's good to hear. So then I guess the next question is more specific to your team. How do you kind of ensure that they remain vigilant and kind of not clicking on links and kind of keeping alert to doing the right things, but not getting burnt out? Because I think that's a challenge that I've heard from a couple of other CISOs as well, is it's getting that balance between, like, you obviously want them to be on top of their game, but you can't be on top of your game 24/7.
I'll be honest, my team keeps me on my toes.
Okay.
So, I've got guys who are quite passionate about what they do, very dedicated. They'll come to me and say, no, we've got this problem. We can't do it like that. We can't let this happen. So take Wi-Fi for an example, one of my analysts is so passionate about it. He's like, no, let's just cut Wi-Fi for the users.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, because it's a benefit, right? It's not right. And I'm like, you can't do that. You at the end of the day, you can't take away something they've always had. I get where you're coming from. Look, it's a dangerous place to be, because you're giving your users mobile access onto our networks, etc. Right? So it's a dangerous place to be. But we've got to look at alternates. We've got to look at changes. So keeping them on their toes, keeping them ahead of what's happening. I think they've got that forefront. I think the harder part is the rest of the IT teams. How the project managers, the service delivery people, the finance guys, and sitting in IT, that's where it becomes a little bit more difficult. But there we do a lot more user training, a lot more awareness, a lot more info emails out to them. Getting that knowledge out is key. And we see the repercussions of that. If they get something they're not aware of, immediately they mail us. Say, guys, I've got this. Can I open it? I'm a bit worried, or I might have clicked on this. I don't know what to do. So, I'll be honest. I think we're in a pretty good space in that aspect.
Okay. So the topic that you're talking about in the summit is around collaboration between the tech C-suite.
Yeah.
So the CISO, the CIO, the CTO. So as an outsider looking in, is that something that kind of needs collaboration? Is that not something that you're all kind of going towards the same goal? Or is it more kind of nuanced and kind of fine-tuned? The CIO is obviously pushing towards innovation, whereas the CISO is obviously looking towards keeping things secure. And I don't know, the CTO is looking at the infrastructure, making sure that that's operational. So how does that relationship work as you kind of see it?
So look, as much as in an ideal world, yes, that's how it should work. That's how it's supposed to work. Remember, the CIO has got a goal. He knows where he's going. He knows what his strategy is and what he's going to achieve, right? So what tends to happen is the CIO tends to make that commitment, the CTO can make that commitment, and I myself know that I've got to do this piece of work, right? And I've got to ensure security on what we have today. Why collaboration is needed is because there are times where you tend not to have it, right? So breaking down those silos is a key element. So having regular meetings, talking to each other in proper forums, structured forums, creating priorities, and understanding all of the needs of the organization is absolutely imperative, right? So to answer your question, it doesn't always happen. In an ideal world, yes, it would. In a normal world, it doesn't, right? So ideally, we've got to break down those silos. We've got to start talking to each other. We've got to start having those regular meetings. I mean, at the end of the day, CIO makes a commitment. We know nothing about it. It becomes very difficult to catch up, right?
Yeah.
So having those regular meetings, knowing what the commitments are, knowing where we need to go, it keeps us at the forefront, keeps us going.
Okay. And then the wider C-suite, beyond the kind of the tech hub, how does that kind of work? What's the relationship like between, say, the CISO and the business and the kind of the rest of the board, or sorry, the rest of the exco? How do you kind of manage those relationships? What's the general situation like?
So you look at Tiger Brands, we're quite fortunate. Cybersecurity is top of mind, always. It's a topic that will never die.
Mm-hmm.
So for every board meeting, every conversation that happens with the board, CFOs, CEOs, cybersecurity is there. They want to know what's happening. They want board backs. They want visibility. They want to know where we are, where we're going, how are we tracking, where our problem is. So we don't have that issue in our.
Okay, good to hear. And then perhaps my more kind of geeky side likes to know about these new evolving technologies and things that are like uncertain. But what are the kind of the emerging threats and perhaps the emerging technologies that concern you, or is there not that many out there?
So look, I think it's the greatest buzzword right now, right? It's AI. Okay. Everyone doesn't know what to do with it.
Sure.
It's marvelous and scary at the same time. So, we've taken the stance that we're not going to stop the use of AI, but we're going to govern the use of AI.
Okay.
Rather control where it's used, how it's used, the information that gets uploaded into various forms of this technology, and what we actually do with it.
Do you think AI is a cyber conversation? And I'm so obviously there's the operational side of where you're using it in your tools, but is it also something that, I guess, data protection and kind of making sure that sensitive data, I guess GRC kind of conversations, is that something that's in your kind of area? It's a little bit
of both, right? It's a risk conversation, it's a compliance conversation, it's a cyber conversation. Because today, when it's from a risk perspective, if it's used in an incorrect way, you're opening up you're opening up the business to POPIA, GDPR, all of that, right? Compliance is if you're uploading that data there, have you followed all of those little compliance elements? From a cyber perspective is how are you sharing that data? Where are you putting that data? Where does it exist? What are you using AI for? Mm-hmm. So that's why I speak about you will never stop it. And if you're going to put that work down and say, no, I'm going to stop the use of AI in my organization, it's the wrong start.
Sure.
It's creating the governance around it. So saying, yes, you can use AI, but this is how you use AI.
Okay. And then just as a final question, which kind of type of cyber threat are you kind of most concerned about? Which kind of thing is perhaps most concerning to you?
Human firewall, right?
Okay.
I think that's the biggest one today. I think that is one that's never going to go away.
Sure.
We can put all of the controls if we want to in place, but we are as strong as our weakest link. So if you've got the human element that doesn't understand, if he clicks on this email or does this or plugs his laptop in here or gives his kid to use it or whatever it might be, you're already opening up the gates.
Yeah. Okay, Nilesh, that's been great. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Nilesh Bachan from Tiger Brands. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with another interview. Please remember to subscribe, and that'll keep you up to date with the ITWeb channel.
Thanks.
Cool. Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV, live at the Security Summit 2024. I'm joined now by Stephen Crano, who's Chief Technology Officer at Snowd Technologies. Snowd are our partners here at the booth. Stephen, welcome.
Nice to meet you, Adrian. I think last year we did the same.
We did,
It's always good to catch up a bit and see where the industry is going.
Yeah, back under the lights again.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's start off with a topic that I guess is kind of more commercial. But we had an interview recently with Christy, who's your co-CEO, and she was talking about the growth of the company and how she's joined to help help the scale the business, help grow the business. From someone who's been there for a while and someone who's kind of focused on the business and kind of been part of the furniture there, how have you kind of seen that grow? What's been your expectation or your kind of experience rather in working in the business and seeing maybe a change in the people that work in there or the focus of the business?
Yeah, I think it's been very interesting, and I think we've been learning so much from Christy and the members that they've kind of brought on. I think with Snowd being a startup, so I joined probably 6 months after that, so building from scratch and having almost nothing in place, so now having to almost grow up in a sense. I'd say we're an established business now. The technology has been running in the wild for 6-7 years. And I think we're confident about what we can deliver and the value that we can provide for our customers via our solutions. So SOC services, vulnerability assessments, and compromise assessments. But now the difficult part is how do you take that to the next level, reaching wider, because I think we can do it effectively for the companies that we're currently running with, for our customers. But now how do we grow up? And I think to take that next step is building in rock solid processes, getting those efficiencies in place. And the most important thing for us is keeping the quality as high as we have been delivering for our customers. That's the most important part, because I think at the end of the day, we want to really provide the solution to our customers, not just come in and say, it's a checkbox, now you've got a SIEM, you've got NDR, you've got a SOC, but really solve their cyber problem. And in order to do that, there's a lot of touch points, and it's lots of human touch points in order to really make sure that we protect them and lower their threat surface.
And I know one thing Christy was saying was like a change that she's going to have to kind of not drill into you guys, but like maybe a mental shift is you used to give stuff away for free. You used to do a lot for your clients without necessarily charging for it. And obviously, like everyone understands that businesses rely on cash. So how have you found that kind of shift? Is that anything else that she's kind of brought in?
No, I think it's a good shift. Look, we've always known that you have to charge stuff because, I mean, we need to hire people. And if we don't have enough people, we don't have the capacity to continuously deliver what we want to do. But it's also quite hard sometimes because a business, you can see that they have a need. They've just been compromised. Guys are very stressed. People don't really know what to do. You get a call, you just want to jump in and help and solve that problem. And you really build a good relationship with those people because you've been in the fire with them. But they're not necessarily the guys that sign the checks at the end of the day. So then 6 months, 12 months down the line, now, okay, all that work was done and it didn't actually at the end of the day come to you, but you were the ones to take them through that journey. But I think also it's part of the course of being a smallish, newish company is we still had to build our reputation. We had to gain trust of our customers and just people within the industry. And I think that's still a continuous journey. I don't think it's done, and I don't think it'll ever be done. But we'll keep moving on that. But now it's easy because you just hand the discussion to the bean counters and let them do that. I think like myself, Nathan, Dwayne, I'm a techie. I know Nathan is very much a techie. Dwayne geeks out on his governance and his framework, like in that space. But again, we want to just solve problems. But I mean, as a business growing up, we have to also take into account the impact that does have to the business.
Sure. Okay, cool. One of the other things as well that we've Snowd's been helping at the Security Summit with is the hackathon. Now, I know you guys are very actively involved and have been for a number of years. What have you seen so far in the hackathon, and we had one of the Steve Jump in earlier, and he was kind of giving us a bit of an overview. But what have you seen? What have you seen the solutions they're developing, the kind of the passion, the innovation, what's going on?
No, I think I love it. I think everywhere we come and you just see how quickly young people can adapt as well. Some of them, this is the first time ever that they're trying to compromise or trying to write an exploit or getting a taste of this, and seeing how quickly or how much they can achieve in such a short space of time. So I know this year we're only running the hackathon. The Ideathon ran about a month or two ago, I believe. Last year we did both, but just the projects that came out of that Ideathon was incredible. Like anomaly detection, some machine learning. We've actually got 4 interns that so 3 of them won last year's Ideathon. They're still with us today in different parts of the business, working, still learning and skilling up. One of the engineers is now one of our machine learning engineers, because we saw him here last year as well. So it's an excellent place for us to also just look at the talent that's available and just give an opportunity. I think we, as South Africans and as a South African business, our passion is really to position ourselves and South Africa as a whole as almost a cyber hub. And if we can become a cyber powerhouse, number one for ourselves, so South Africa, but then also for Africa, I think the discussion is getting quite wide in terms of data sovereignty and governance, to have South African eyes watching South African data, or having South African technology protecting South African infrastructure. But then the same for Africa. If you're dealing with Zambia, with Namibia, Ghana, everybody is coming to the realization that data is it's ours, it's oil. We need to make sure that we keep our data safe, and also be aware that some of this can get exfiltrated and used against us. So let's make sure that we protect ourselves.
I think one thing, again, that's kind of come up in skills conversation, I'm sure will keep rolling on for many years. But one thing that's come up is you've got the guys with the certifications, the guys with the, they go to a hackathon, they've maybe come out of university, they've maybe got a few certificates from various kind of institutions. But then industry kind of demands a certain level of experience.
Yes.
And yet there's this kind of gap in the middle. And I think if you're taking that raw talent and then helping them, and I think that's a great kind of step. And obviously, I hope more companies will do that. But I think there's obviously an issue there that you're kind of putting these guys in. It just takes one breach for something to happen. So how do you kind of give them that experience and kind of let them, I don't know, take them on to give them that experience?
Yes, I think we try as much as possible to give them the opportunity to fail, in a sense. I think as we take it through the journey, especially on the SOC side, is you've got analysts that are either coming straight out of varsity or coming straight out of high school. But they've got a passion for computers or a passion for IT, but they don't necessarily have the work experience yet. And then what we're trying to do there is give them that exposure. So generally they will then come in as an L0 analyst, in a sense, who they will be doing job shadowing or almost working in a pair with a current established L1 analyst. That gives them the opportunity to learn on the job, but then also to fail, in a sense. And we've got good customers which allows us to, we'll ask them first, is this fine with you if we put an L0 analyst, and let them starting to engage with the first responders on the customer side, knowing that, look, let's maybe just wait for another person to verify that the finding is valid. But that's the kind of skills that we have to teach our people. But I think in cyber it's a difficult space because you've got different tiers of experience. So you have people, and probably the best security analysts come from like a systems administration space, a networking space, where they've now kind of seen how does enterprise networks actually work, and now how to secure them and why it's important, because there's a lot of context that you glean from that. But then you've got the other side where people go on the track of certifying. So they go and certify maybe N+, A+, Security Plus, and then some of the CompTIA certifications, but they don't work in the space. So they're getting certified in order to get a job, but they never get the opportunity to get that hands-on experience. So it's very important that we give people the opportunity to just at least live in that space and also learn it.
Cool. So let's talk a bit about the threat landscape. I think that's what we originally kind of agreed, and I've sidetracked us off. So how do you think that's changed over, say, the past few months? And what impact do you think, I mean, everyone's talking about AI, but what impact do you think AI has, and I guess more specifically generative AI?
So I think the threat landscape, the more it kind of changes, the more it stays the same. You kind of have still like large vendors, there's vulnerabilities, people are scanning for those vulnerabilities and they're trying to exploit. I think in South Africa specifically, we've seen a very big uptick in like these opportunistic ransomware groups where they're not necessarily some of the established ones, but they buy ransomware for hire, you buy credentials off the dark web, and now opportunistically they go and try to exploit. So they're using almost old technology in a sense, but because we are, as a country, I think, on average, not as mature as maybe Europe, US, and other regions, they're still coming right with those exploits. So that's one interesting one, because I mean, some of the attacks that are successful is it's 2 or 3 year old vulnerabilities that get exploited. And then also it's ransomware that's out there, it's known, but it's still effective if you don't have the right controls in place. So that's one of the interesting parts. But with AI, it's also changed a bit where now I think the time to life for new malware or for malware to get recompiled or to get built is a lot shorter. And it also, the barrier to entry for someone is also lower because they can now use this generative AI model to ask it a few questions and it builds almost a proof of concept script for them that they can go and try. And they'll try it and say, this works, or oh, it doesn't work, and then work on it a little bit. So it is, I think it's impacted the industry, but probably not yet to the extent that kind of was feared or was expected.
And you mentioned these kind of more opportunistic, kind of old-fashioned attacks. Do you know where they're coming from? Are they kind of elsewhere in Africa, or are they coming from, I don't know, parts of Asia? Or
it's very difficult at this stage to narrow it down, because you can spin up a virtual machine in Azure or AWS or any of these private or public clouds at the drop of a hat, and you come from anywhere. So it is difficult to narrow them down. One thing that we found is about 2 or 3 years ago, there was actually a syndicate operating in Pretoria that was ransoming a few businesses here.
Locally?
Yeah. So I think it's more local than we think, but it's very hard to put your finger on, say, here they are, because they just proxy via wherever, and you don't really know. But just from the methods that they are starting to use and the way that like phishing has also enhanced, it's coming from a South African context, knowing how to exploit South Africans specifically, or knowing what kind of pushes our buttons more than would be global buttons. So I think the expectation is that it's come a lot closer to home than it has in the past.
Okay, that's interesting. Because in my head, I always think cyber is borderless. So, and I've kind of listened to things and they talk about North Korea and they talk about China, and you kind of assume that it's generally coming from foreign countries. But actually the fact that they're coming from locally, and as you say, they'll have a better idea of what pushes our buttons, what we're kind of aware of. Oh, this is from SARS. And of course, you know, it's SARS
very topical,
from your revenue service or, and phishing. I mean, that's obviously something that's still going on. And deepfakes, I mean, I think I'm going to be the third person that's talked about it in the past couple of days, but the case with Arab, where they were kind of scammed with a deep fake, saying it was CFO in a video call, $25 million, and like handed it all over. But those are obviously still vulnerabilities that are hard for organizations to overcome. The human element is perhaps the weakest element. How do you think we solve the human problem?
I think it's like with phishing and deep fakes, I think it's not just a human problem. There's definitely a very big technology component on it. So at the moment, you can detect deep fakes in certain measures, and you can also, like, phishing is also becoming more and more difficult to detect from a human aspect. But to solve the human problem, again, it's just to train them, so making them aware that these things can happen. But also, I think something that humans don't always, or that people don't always consider if they don't work in the industry, is understanding the context of a mail or of a deepfake. For example, I think we get phished so often, or attempted phishing against us so often, and it will usually be maybe an email that's spoofing our CEO, Nathan, that's asking maybe one of the SOC analysts if he can quickly help Nathan with some task. Nathan doesn't send those mails to them it will go via somebody to get to them. So understanding just the context and the general flow of something happening. And I think if somebody asks you a question to do something for them that they never ask you, so ask yourself that rather than looking at what the content of the message is. Because in the past, it was quite easy. There would be spelling mistakes. There would be, like, the grammar would be wrong. These days, that's not, the spelling, they can even go and train a model to speak like you or like me, and it's becoming harder and harder to detect on that. But look at the context of what is getting asked, and then see. But I mean, with deepfakes, it's getting hard.
There was a survey I saw, and I can't remember the exact statistics, but it was basically, I think it was a Sophos survey from last year, and they were saying that actually cyber criminals weren't using generative AI as often as they thought.
Yes.
But yeah, it's still kind of, I mean, is that your experience? Are they using it, do you think, or?
I think there's a component to it, but probably, again, the impact hasn't been as big as it was feared. Like, I think when ChatGPT just released, there was this massive upheave of, okay, what is this? What's the impact going to be? But the threat landscape, like, things have kind of stayed the same in a sense, but I think they are leveraging it to just enhance their attacks this little bit. So there's not new attacks, but the attacks are better. The past attacks are now better and more refined than they were.
Okay. On the subject of AI, and obviously you guys specialists in SOCs, I got some fascinating socks yesterday. Different sort of socks. How's AI being leveraged in security operations centers for monitoring, detection, and response?
I think it's getting leveraged across the entire stack. So I think from detection, even running proof of concept like exploits or malware. So then building your detections out, so enhancing your detection capability, you leverage it there. But I think it's still very much there to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So at the moment, AI, like how we use it and what we're kind of building at the moment is how do we have our systems correlate all this data. So I think in the world today, the amount of data is just, it's exorbitant. Like you're talking billions of data points every day that's coming in. And a human analyst, if you give nice graphs, yes, you can draw correlations between the data. But if you're expecting an analyst to do this across 10 or 20 different data sets, it just starts getting mangled. So I think where AI is very good and where they play very well still is training them on things that you have seen in the past and now repetitively and accurately completing those specific tasks. AI is not there yet where it's doing things that we have not taught it. There's very few examples where people have actually gone in, an AI being a real AI, where it has now surpassed the human in that specific department. So we very much leverage AI to assist and enhance our analysts. So give them a better view, deduplicate data, highlight like more important anomalies or events. And then also, because again, we're from South Africa, a lot of our analysts, maybe English is not their first language. I mean, me as an Afrikaans speaking person, like my English is quite good, but it's definitely not at a level if you want to speak to a British citizen or to an American.
British citizen, you do.
But I mean, now what we can do is we can leverage AI to cross that language barrier. So it is very good at the moment in like just almost taking a paragraph for you and rewriting it in very professional English. So we're starting to leverage it like that with generating professional descriptions for certain events and remediation advice, because in cyber, there's key components or context that you need to get across, which changes the severity of an incident or of an event. So we're using AI for that, but then the human still checks it. So it's getting there, but we definitely still require the human analyst to just give that input, either saying yes or no, this is correct, or saying, okay, no, you're just on the wrong track. Just let me assist you in this way.
Okay. And then attack path modeling. That's something that I've never come across before, but I know you guys are specialists in it. What is it, and how does it kind of fit with, say, threat hunting and CTEM?
So it's a new concept that we're not playing with it. I think we're probably at the end phase of now developing this. But the idea behind it is to, instead of going in and testing or trying to secure the whole environment, because at the moment, like the threat landscape and the threat surface of customers have grown so wide. And usually what happens is if you've got so many places to focus and there's not enough people or not enough hands to do the work, you end up doing the wrong or not the most important thing. So what attack path modeling is going to do for us is it models like a million attacks on a customer network. So based off of the vulnerability data that we've got of the customer, the threat data, so what attacks are they seeing, and based off of their asset landscape, we run all these different models to say, if I was an attacker, based off the data that I'm seeing, the following 3 or 4 paths are the easiest way to compromise this customer or to get to a critical asset on the customer's landscape. And then we can assist our customer to say, let's just go and patch or fix these 4 things. And once they've done that, we run it again and then we fix the next 4 things. So now we've got a very nice, it's a gap assessment that we're running continuously across the entire estate. And doing that in real time. So that also will then allow us to react to threats a lot better and a lot quicker and with more context.
Okay. And which problems does that address, do you think?
I think it addresses just the human source shortage on the one side, so helping us prioritize the work that we are doing. And it also helps us to again, stop attackers in a more dynamic way. When you look at like the old ways of working, so your firewall has lists of IPs that it has to block across the globe. I think where it's becoming now is you're a lot more dynamic because there's just so much, and if you put that whole IP space on your firewall, you almost start using it, you're overutilizing it because it has to go through the same block list. But if you can reactively and dynamically, if we see this, then we block it. So you're a lot more dynamic in your actions.
Okay. And are there any challenges, any drawbacks with doing this?
Yeah, I think there's a few. I think where not necessarily drawbacks, but just different ways of doing it.
Sure.
I think in the same way that a pen test, you have a human conducting a penetration test. So they'll go out and it'll be quite. It's in the eye of the beholder. If I'm running the pen test, I use my experience. I use my intuition to see how do I get from point A, where I'm starting, to taking over maybe the domain controller, which is usually the prize at the end of the day. If you can compromise that, you've compromised the system. And that's where a pen tester always wants to go. But with attack path modeling, what we want to do is simulate all of the scenarios in order for them, how will they get there? So I think if you combine the two, it'll actually give you a better understanding of the true reflection of what this company's threat posture is.
So again, it's like combining the human and the system, the AI system.
Yeah, I think it's something that I think at Snowd we really believe in, is that AI is there to elevate us. It's like Google, at the start of Google, still now, it has enabled us to reach so much information, but it's still up to you how you use it. And AI is at the moment, it's a tool in our arsenal. It's not the end all be all. My strategy for risk is to run AI simulations and it'll fix me. But really, what does it give me? Let's interpret it and then let's go and apply that across the board.
Okay. Stefan, that's been great. That's been fantastic.
Awesome.
Hopefully we'll see you here next year.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. Ladies and
Nice to see you
gentlemen,
again.
that's been Stefan Kreiner, Chief Technology Officer for Snowd Technologies. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with another interview. Please remember to subscribe to stay in touch with our content. Thanks, Stefan.
So, Adrian, thank you. It was good.
Welcome back. We're still live here from the ITWeb Security Summit 2024. Today, this time, we are joined by Nanjira Sambuli, who has come all the way from Kenya to join us at the Security Summit. Thank you so much for being here, Nanjira. If you can just tell us, what brought you all the way from Kenya to South Africa?
Well, no, who's going to pass up a chance to come down to South Africa? But I came to share some perspectives on work that I've been leading across the continent on cybersecurity and digital financial systems, and especially what that means for including those who are financially underserved. So we've been looking at what's happening in 9 African countries, so South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe in Southern Africa, Kenya and Tanzania in East Africa, Cameroon and the Central African Republic in Central Africa, and Ghana and Nigeria in West Africa. And across the board, just seeing what's common around the kinds of threat vectors that are being faced and what that means for both local actors and how we can collaborate as a continent to actually mitigate these threats.
Awesome. And what have you found out in those 9 countries? Are there similarities, differences?
Plenty similarities. And I'd say first being the kinds of threat vectors that are faced are common across them. The biggest one being social engineering. This is good old human hacking, where a human is involved in actually understanding the psychology of a would-be user and manipulating that. Where South Africa differs from other countries is that many others, and especially in East and West Africa, we have mobile money as a big driver of financial inclusion. So mobile, for all its greatness, has introduced very different another aspect to threat vectors. So the mobile phone in itself has either the supply side risks coming to it, so third parties and everybody who's serving you are the mobile phone, but also from the user side, there are vulnerabilities that exist there, and a lot of that then comes back neatly together in the kinds of threats that again involve human behavioral manipulation towards serious harms and losses.
So are people actually losing money, like, for example, M-Pesa, can it be hacked?
Oh, yes, big time. I mean, it's just that we don't typically get the statistics from these service providers. But currently, the aggregate for the continent is that we're losing about $4 billion gross every year to these hacks. And you remember, financial systems are often the first way a lot of people are interacting with digital systems, whether it's because your bank has a USSD or mobile good feature phone function or an app. And then in the case of mobile money, in many countries, in fact, you find most people may have a mobile money wallet, but they do not have a bank account. So if there are vulnerabilities there, if there are hacks, if there's a SIM swap, for example, which is a very popular one, those losses are major, or just frauds with SMS scams, a time when you maybe have just done a transaction, or so they send you a message and tell you, oh, sorry, please reverse that transaction. I sent you money erroneously. If you're not attentive and you realize this was just somebody sending you an SMS and not from the service provider, you end up actually willingly giving up your money. So they're very interesting threat vectors, and they're evolving often, but we do need a lot more statistics to understand the scale, the scope, the trends, and what's working in mitigating them.
So are the service providers like your Safaricom's doing enough to educate their customers about these emerging threats?
It's varied. Because of consumer pressure, there are lots more cyber awareness blasts, for example, that the service provider Safaricom will only call you from a certain number. There are interesting measures that have been introduced to try and create just a bit more friction in how these kinds of scams are proliferated. But then on the flip side, you still see things like, SMS promotions. You can just pay for that service and send out blasts to so many people, and maybe you'll cast a wide net and you'll get 1 or 2 people because you're using fake promos, or you're using phishing attempts where you send a link and say, here is where your prize money is, or we have a delivery for you from your relative abroad. There's a lot of that aspect that's still very difficult to understand, but it's also not just for service providers to do alone. You need the role of governments with the regulations, with the guidelines, and most importantly, with the recourse mechanisms, consumer protection, to make sure if I report a fraud attempt, there's an attempt to show that it will be investigated and some measure of recourse is there. Otherwise, people are going to lose trust in these systems altogether.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Nanjira. If you can just tell us also about, I understand you were presenting here.
Yes.
What were you talking about for those who missed your
keynote? My keynote this morning was, again, about the study that we've done and looking at the different African countries, where they are with the cyber threat landscape as far as digital financial services was. And I did shine a spotlight on what's happening in South Africa, how it differs or how it's similar to the other African countries. One of the most interesting things being that South Africa is actually lagging quite a bit as far as policy regulations go in cybersecurity. So, for example, South Africa does not have a national cybersecurity strategy to guide how the policies, the priorities in protecting cybersecurity assets here would be guided, to articulate which arm of government is in charge of what aspect. And these tend to really matter in how you implement laws, regulations, and so on. So that's an emerging. That's a major gap in the policy and operational landscape. Another aspect here is that while you may not have mobile money as a prevalent financial service actor, you have these wireless application service providers, WASPs as they're called. And they are they're meeting out a different kind of harm where they're unregulated locally, they're offshore entities, and there's a lot of either fraud happening there, whether you're subscribed to something illegal and it's taking out your airtime, data is leaking, and in some cases people have been able to plug into these WASPs, pinging a mobile network operator and being able to target you specifically. So there's some really interesting risks even in the mobile environment in South Africa, despite not having mobile money, that are very important to pay attention to. So I was just painting that kind of picture, but most importantly also pointed out that South Africa can still be a leader on the continent, and especially in how we harmonize collective cybersecurity in Africa. There have been efforts almost 10 years now in the making of an African Union level convention on cybersecurity and personal data protection. It was very interesting to ask the room if anyone knew about it, and nobody did. And South Africa just signed it actually in September of last year, and it's slowly getting to the minimum number of signatures. In fact, it has crossed the threshold for it to enter into force. But every country then now has to make sure they sign it into law and align their cybersecurity and data protection laws to align with it. That way, the continent can work in law.
So is that like from the AU level?
Yes, it was at the AU level, and I remember the story is that in 2014, heads of states met in Equatorial Guinea in Malabo. It's called the Malabo Convention as well, and said they were going to sign it. 10 years later, we only got the 15th signature last year. It just speaks also to a bigger problem we have with how our policymakers understand this operational environment we're in, that is moving very rapidly, and how we also need to make sure efforts to raise awareness, to engage in conversations, in summits like these, also involve those who are making these policies, so they understand the urgency of not just working locally but harmonizing across the region.
What about things like these days we have seen the rise of cross-border payments? If I'm here in South Africa, I may need to send money. I'm from Zim. Are these also platforms also getting targeted by cybercrime?
They are, but then you find sometimes the bigger issues even just service downtime. If the systems are not synced properly, because we still have serious infrastructure gaps on the continent. But they would be subjected to similar vulnerabilities depending on whether it's a mobile money transfer, whether I'm doing mobile money to bank and that's facilitated across borders, bank to bank, and all these other methods. Interestingly, we found, especially became the other way, users of their own accord have really been trying to use. It could be because there's a lot of crypto hype. It could be just because there's an awareness about people wanting to move money, but they want enough systems that are doing it affordably. So we are seeing a lot of rush to regulate that space, but they all indicate there's interest in money and assets moving around, but the formal systems that we've put in place are not yet addressing this need.
Thanks a lot, Nigeria. I understand the cyber criminals are always following where the money is, so I think
Hello, welcome to ITWeb TV at the ITWeb Security Summit 2024. Today in studio, we're joined by Munya Silimonye. He is the Cybercrimes Operations Officer at Interpol. Munya, hello.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, and you? Munya, we'll just be chatting to you around, you know, the cybercrime trends and threats that you guys are noticing. So I just want to hear from you, first of all. Is Africa an easy target for cyber criminals?
Yes, I can say Africa is actually an easy target, considering disparities when it comes to cybersecurity strategies and the legal framework. Generally, there are some disparities making Africa an easy target of cyber criminals.
And in terms of the evolution of cybercrime in Southern Africa, how would you describe that? And just if you can share some trends that you guys as Interpol have been witnessing.
I can say generally cyber incidences are actually increasing in Africa. For example, we have seen an increase in ransomware attacks, we've seen an increase on business email compromise, we've seen an increase in online scams, maybe in form of fake investment scams or employment scams. So there's actually an increase in those crimes.
You mentioned quite a variety of those. So can you just give us an example in terms of, you know, who are the targets?
Generally, when it comes to these attacks actually, they target both the public and the government institutions, and the drive there being for financial gains. Yeah.
And when we look at, you know, like, is it being committed domestically, or are international criminals involved in terms of these, you know, these threats that you mentioned?
Considering the fact that usually the internet is used in these attacks, both domestic and internationally attacks are being witnessed in Africa. In this case, the domestic party coming in to connect other threat actors to a country. So both domestic and international.
And given that, how can international law enforcement and cooperation work with African law enforcement agencies to address this?
In trying to address these threats, we as Interpol, we come in to try to bring a platform under which actually member countries can actually share intelligence through our platform, like the cyber platform, which enable member countries to actually share intelligence during an operation. This actually assists member countries to know that their information that they are sharing is actually secure, and they will be sharing it.
And you mentioned, you know, like sharing of information, working together. So what are some of the challenges that you might have noticed in this collaborative initiatives?
The challenge that we have noted is that when it comes to the intelligence that have been shared, member countries lack capabilities. So these capabilities hinders them when it comes to the investigation. So sometimes we try maybe to capacitate those member countries, but that may not be enough. So it's a bit of a challenge.
And in solving that, how else would you go about it?
In trying to address those challenges, of course, we'll continue engaging member countries in training initiatives, and also encouraging to join like our global hub of knowledge, so that they can get more information on cybercrime. But also, we can also try to reach out to the public, like conducting awareness campaigns together with member countries. That will actually assist in trying to address cyber crime in our region.
And when we look at resources and preparedness of law enforcement agencies when dealing with cybercrime, how would you describe that?
Generally, I can say member countries are not that prepared. Of course, some might be advanced in, say, investigation, but they might be lacking digital forensics, and some might be advanced in digital forensics, but lacking investigation. So we are a bit not that prepared to deal with cybercrime.
And, you know, how does what's Interpol's role in terms of coordinating cross-border investigations?
Interpol's role generally is to provide a platform for sharing information. For example, our I247 platform, which is used by member country to communicate together, again, to provide like analysis capability. We got our fusion center in Singapore that assists member country in analyzing some threat information. We also provide forensic capability or forensic advice to member countries. That's how we sort of try to assist member country when it comes to cybercrime issues.
And like the Gen AI is all the rage at the moment. So just to hear from you, like how is it being used by cyber criminals? What are some of the trends that you guys have noticed?
Yeah, generally we've seen generative AI being utilized by threat actors when it comes to phishing. That is coming up with a more convincing email that may seem to be legit. So it's actually impacting the cyberspace. That's what I can say.
People can't now. It's like you won't be able to detect because the grammar is perfect in the email. Then you probably fall for it.
Yes.
Okay. And are there any like stats that you guys have noticed in that regard?
Can you come again?
Are there any statistics that you guys might have noticed in that regard?
Yeah, I cannot say per se there are statistics, but generally looking at how business email compromise is sort of increasing because phishing and business email compromise are a bit of linked. That increase alone can actually talk to say is AI being used to initiate that process.
Okay. And Munya, when we started, you mentioned, like in terms of the targets that we're seeing, who's being targeted around like cybercrime, and you mentioned government institutions being one of those. So I just want to hear from you, like in terms of maybe if you can give us like 5 things that African government organizations can do to actually better protect themselves. If you can just share with us any.
Okay. First of all, we need to sort of ensure that we invest more on cyber tools. And also we need to capacitate our those who deal with cybercrime. We also need to sort of try to reach out to the general public because it's also affected through awareness campaigns. Doing so will help us in sort of addressing cybercrime. Also, we need to collaborate because remember, cybercrime actually may affect 2 or more countries, or may it's not like it's isolated a single country. So collaboration is key when it comes to addressing this cybercrime. And this collaboration should actually also include collaboration within a country. Like we are talking of there are some sectors within a country that should come together, try to address this crime. If we try to create some communities that are capable of sort of addressing cybercrime, we'll win the race.
And if we were to look at, the countries in the region in terms of how they rank, like in terms of where you've seen the worst cases of around cybercrime, are you able to give us maybe the top 3? They're not necessarily good, but like they fall prey to cybercrime a lot. I don't know.
Generally, sometimes for a country to fall prey, sometimes it's an issue of saying the facilities which are there also contribute. Like for example, South Africa is a target because it's like it's a hub of the Southern Africa. It's one of the targets.
Okay.
Again, recently we've seen some criminals also sort of targeting a country like Zambia. I think you've seen some news on BBC talking about a syndicate that was blasted in Zambia. But other countries are also not left out because we've witnessed some ransom attack on other countries again. Yeah.
And are ransom attacks the one, like not one necessarily one, but the main area that you guys are seeing tick up, I suppose, an uptick in that within that regard?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Munya.
Thank you.
That was Munya Silimonye from Interpol. Thanks.
Thank you. Was it?
Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV live at Security Summit 2024. I'm joined now by Advocate Jacqueline Fick, CEO of Vistrat Solutions. Jackie, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. So let's get started. I know you've been speaking a couple of times already on our stages at the Security Summit. And in our kind of pre-build-up, you've been talking to us about the cyber legislation and how you're very enthusiastic about it. So let's talk around that. We've obviously got the international picture. Let's start at the kind of the higher level and then come down locally. Who do you think's got the best cyber legislation globally? Who do we kind of aspire to be, or who has the best legislation in that sense? And which countries or bodies are we working with in South Africa to kind of try and develop some good cyber legislation?
Very good question. I think in my drafting of the cybersecurity bill, I actually honed in on 14 countries that I used in the benchmarking. And why I did that was because I think there's a unique aspect to each country. Nobody has everything perfect, but if you look at some of the principles that some of these countries have, Estonia, for example, wonderful. They've just got a whole thing about e-identity.
Okay.
The UK I find very helpful, and they're also one of the partners that we work with very closely. And it's always easy to look at the UK because it's not a foreign concept when we look at their legislation in terms of what we have in South Africa. Mm-hmm. But each country onto its own. And if you look at some of the principles, and there are universal principles that you have across countries, it is very difficult for me to say that I do have a favorite. But yes, most definitely in terms of partnerships, the ones that I've worked with over the last few years, UNODC does a lot of work in the Africa space, but especially when it comes to the practical side of things, training, writing of legislation, policies, procedures. I've personally worked with them. And then, of course, now defunct SA EU Dialogue Facility.
Okay.
I did quite a lot of work with them, and some that was actually mentioned on stage today by Craig Rosehorn. And one of those was, for example, to design posters for each and every police station that helps the police to see what should I be doing when somebody reports a cybercrime to me.
Awesome.
The EU also sponsored the drafting of the cybercrime master implementation plan for the police. Their whole roadmap on how to deal with cyber within their organization, international protocols, and then I've also been working very closely with the UK government, with the FCDO, that have done amazing things. Under that, for example, what we've done is I have, with their assistance, been able to draft most of the cybercrime training programs for the police, but also strategic documents such as the standard operating procedures, so we call them SOPs, on how to gather and deal with digital evidence. And this is directly mandated in terms of Section 26 of the Cybercrimes Act. And that was all with the funding and help of the UK. Also, directives that we've recently done on the way that we should be dealing with digital evidence across borders. I think it's not necessary for me to say that cybercrime is a borderless crime. So if we don't join in this fight, we are definitely not going to make a dent on our own. And you might disrupt, but you're not going to get people behind bars. And it's all about your digital evidence. Sometimes I wish that we had called the Cybercrimes Act the Digital Evidence or the Electronic Evidence Act, because that's actually what it's all about. We can have as many crimes as we want. If we don't have the evidence to put people behind bars or to bring them to trial, it's not going to help much.
Yeah. So talking about the kind of the SOPs there, it was a while ago, a few years ago, I did a piece on forensic kind of auditing post-tax, all this kind of thing. Do you deal with those forensic auditors and kind of understand what they are kind of looking to achieve and how they work and then like work that back into how the policy is drafted, or is it the other way that you kind of set it out and then talk to them, or do you not talk to them? How did that work?
With forensic auditors, you mean the people that would examine money flows and transactions?
But also just digital forensic auditors as well.
Okay. Digital forensic investigators, yes, most definitely.
Okay.
Forensic auditors, as investigators, you would deal with them in a particular investigation because they need to examine the money flows for you. And when it comes to digital forensic people, these are the people, the lower level, we call them first responders, and they would be the people that are first on scene and that make sure that the devices that contain the digital evidence is secured.
Yeah.
There are a few keywords when it comes to digital evidence. And the first one is, am I preserving it in a way that will ensure the reliability? Secondly, the integrity of that evidence. And why? Because we need to ensure the admissibility thereof in a court of law. So when we look at the standard operating procedures, it's across the value chain, because you need to tell people, for example, a normal person that goes out first to a murder scene. And that person needs to know, if I find a cell phone there or I arrest a person on the street, what is the rules for securing it? Because unless that cell phone has been stolen, you're actually not interested in the device. You are interested in the information contained there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with digital evidence, you don't have a do-over. If you've messed it up, everything that you do with that phone alters the data contained on it. And once you do that, you start working on the negative side of admissibility. So if you look at the SOPs, it tells people, what should I do at the scene? How should I be gathering this evidence? And how do I hand it over? How do I bag and tag it so that I preserve this evidence? And the digital forensic people can then go and image that information, work on it, and produce eventually the evidence that I was interested in getting from that device.
Okay. You mentioned before about the posters that you've kind of been doing with SAPS, and I think that's great. Like, I was very happy to hear that, because I think one of the things that's come up in a few of the interviews that we've been doing is that there's perhaps a lack of cyber skills and cyber awareness amongst that the justice cluster kind of frontline responders. How do we kind of go beyond posters? And it's sad that you said that there were defunct or that's stopping, but how do we go about kind of raising that awareness so that it's not just a kind of small segment of the police force that kind of deals with it, but actually every kind of officer is able to kind of understand, I shouldn't be touching this phone and pressing the buttons and going through the selfies or whatever?
So the approach that we took, and this is part of the Africa Cybercrime Project program from the UK, is I actually wrote the General Awareness on the Cybercrimes Act for the recruits. And that was rolled out to all 10,000 of the recruits. And the decision was then made, that is something that's necessary and that should be known by each and every single police officer.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as you progress, lay that basis and then go further and further. Don't start with things like open source intelligence or digital forensics, because it is a food chain. If I mess up in the way that I've gathered that evidence right from the beginning, securing that cell phone, my digital forensic specialists can be as good as they can be. We're going to have a problem because it was messed up in the first instance. So general awareness, currently in the maturity that South Africa is, and especially when it comes to law enforcement, I think that general awareness is the most important thing. But I want to repeat what I said yesterday, that cybersecurity, and included in that cybercrime, is not a police problem. It's not a state security agency or a SIU problem. It's an us problem. We would not have so many cases if we raised levels of basic awareness of each and every person in this country. I always say I want to deputize people, because if they become aware, they're not as easily going to be enticed into scams. And I mean, we can talk about the most horrific stories that will have all of us crying, but how much of that can be prevented or at least mitigated when people, for example, let me give you this example, in these investment scams, they usually carry on over a period of time.
Yeah.
You might fall victim right in the beginning, but that continued engagement with the people, if I can just raise that awareness that something is off here, you might lose a little money instead of all. So that basic awareness is where we need to raise our awareness for law enforcement, but also for each and every citizen in this country.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And again, that's something that's come up repeatedly.
Yeah.
The general level of cyber awareness. And I'm not sure there's a kind of easy fix to that, unfortunately. I think, yeah, there's various kind of angles, but hopefully in someday we'll kind of get there. You were involved in drafting the cybersecurity bill.
Yes, I was the drafter.
And Cybercrimes Act.
So there I was involved in providing inputs at that time on behalf of all the telcos.
Okay.
But it was a long process and a very rewarding and fulfilling process. And I think the biggest role that I currently have fulfilled was in the implementation of that act.
Okay.
We can have the most beautiful laws, and believe me that the Cybercrimes Act is beautiful.
Okay.
And remember, it's also just in partial implementation. But the proof is in the pudding.
Mm-hmm.
If we do not implement and teach people how to implement, we're wasting our time. That piece of legislation is just going to gather dust.
Okay. So why do we have two different acts and how do they differ?
So, sorry, originally the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Bill was one.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I think the last version was B6 of 2017. And then the two Siamese twins were split. And unfortunately, the Cyber Security Bill was left on life support. So now we've got the Cybercrimes Act, the toddler running around already, but they were split.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I wish they weren't, because if you look at cybersecurity and cybercrime, I always describe it as two parts of the same coin.
Yeah.
It's the good things and the bad things.
Yeah.
And they go together. And they also, if you put them together, they create a better understanding of what this whole thing is when things go wrong in the world of cyberspace. But the Cybercrimes Act came into partial operation on the 1st of December 2021. Important date, because one of the things that came into operation was the crimes. So anything that happened on or after 1 December, you will use the Cybercrimes Act. Any crime committed before 1 December, you're still going to go to the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. Even if it's reported later, it's about the date that that incident occurred. With the Cybersecurity Bill, we are not yet at the point that we've even gone to public comments.
Right.
So one of the suggestions, and I take my hat off to SSA for agreeing to that, is that we took an agile approach to the drafting of the bill, meaning that we involved key stakeholders as I was drafting.
Yeah.
So the benefit of that is to get views of what should be in there, what is the feeling about the operational implementation of such a bill, and then it also helps. It's not such a big surprise when it does go out for public comment, and the comments that we received was invaluable to us as a drafting team, especially what do you think about inclusion of certain concepts? As I said, lots of countries bringing the best practice, bringing the benchmarking and saying what is going to work for South Africa in terms of what we currently have, what's our level of maturity, what is our legislative frameworks look like in South Africa, and eventually what is going to make the world feel comfortable that we are a cyber safe and a cyber secure country.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the international reputation obviously does play a part. It's not necessarily strictly related to that, but PAPIR is one kind of piece of legislation that's around data protection. So once we pass the cybersecurity bill, do you think we're going to need any other cyber-related legislation? And if so, in what areas, what would be the kind of your primary or the primary focus for that?
If you look internationally, there's usually three pillars. when it comes to cybersecurity. So the one is, of course, cybersecurity measures, cybersecurity legislation. The second one is, if things go wrong, do you have adequate procedural laws such as we have now with the Cybercrimes Act? And if you look, for example, at the precedent that was set by the Budapest Convention, that has to be one piece of legislation. So the other leg is data privacy. So if we have those three, we have gone a long way towards ticking the boxes. In the more developed countries, you would now find that they have specific legislation that deals with ransomware. But we have ransomware in Section 10 in the Cybercrimes Act, and it might be as we mature that we want other pieces of legislation. Besides POPIA, we also have the Critical Infrastructure Act. That's also in partial operation because, yes, the Cyber Security Bill will now talk about critical information infrastructure, but you can't really separate physical infrastructure from what is in cyberspace. And the other one, of course, is RICA, the Regulation Interception of Communications Act, which is also a very important party to this legal landscape. Would we need more legislation? I think there's always a need for legislation, but there's a very fine balance between legislate and regulate, especially when it comes to an environment that changes by the minute.
Yes, yeah.
And laws are difficult to change. And that's a very fine balance between what do I include in my legislation and what do I say I will address in regulations that flow from that act. So do we need more legislation? I don't think right now when it comes to cybersecurity, but we have the opportunity to not reinvent the wheel, but take world best practice and take it into our legislation and see that it works for us.
Okay. Talking of the world,
Yes.
actually just did, and you mentioned borderless as well, and let's make this our kind of final question. How do you think we would kind of, I mean, cybercrime is a borderless crime. It can be from parts of Asia, it could be from Russia, it could be from America, it could be from Pretoria. I mean, how is there a need for international kind of cooperation and international law on cybercrime, and what is happening in those regards?
So, firstly, you have the Budapest Convention from the Council of Europe, which we call it the mother of all cybercrime conventions. And South Africa was a signatory but never ratified.
Okay.
And then, of course, the next big one on cyber was the UN's Cybercrime Treaty, but that has not been finalized yet.
Okay.
So you need that general rules. And remember that any treaty can never interfere with the sovereignty of a country. So you go and you see, basically, am I complying with this? Have I got the right things in place to say to international partners, yes, things are good? Just talking about international, there are a few things in the Cybercrimes Act that's really going to help us. The first one is that, yes, evidence is one thing, but if you want evidence, you are looking at mutual legal assistance, which is a very long, very protracted system. And with digital evidence, it's fragile. People don't store it. And we are building these mechanisms in Chapter 5 of the Cybercrimes Act that now provides for us asking and other people asking us to preserve the evidence for a certain period of time until you come with this long process of mutual legal assistance.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be very valuable. The other one in the Cybercrimes Act also is our designated point of contact in terms of Section 52. This is a structure in the police that is going to function as our 24/7 center for cybercrime contact. And then, of course, the National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, that is a structure created in the Cybersecurity Bill that's going to play an important role. But again, as I said, it's all about evidence, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Jackie, that's been great to hear that there's actually work going on in this regard. And yeah, from someone who's obviously at the core of it all. That's been Advocate Jacqueline Fick from Visstrat Solutions. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with another interview live from Security Summit. And remember to subscribe and keep clicking and like our videos. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at the Security Summit 2024. I'm now joined by Craig Rosewan, who's the Managing Director of Wolfpack Information Risk. Craig, welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. I know you've been very busy at the summit.
Yes.
And I believe you're also helping us with one of the workshops tomorrow. And I think that's a great topic, but we'll come on to that a little bit later. If that's okay. So let's start. I know one of the tracks that you were kind of running was around SA as a hot target. Why do you think that is? What are the main reasons for us being seen internationally, perhaps, and by cyber criminals as somewhere that's perhaps an easy target?
So, I mean, South Africa is now the wealthiest country on the continent in terms of economy. So we're a wealthy country, great infrastructure, lots of assets, but we don't have the great call it cybercrime defense element at a national level in place, implemented and ready to protect our assets. So we're very vulnerable, which makes it a perfect storm for criminals to gain access to wealth with a low chance of being, caught, arrested at the end of the day. I think that's the main thing I'm seeing, Adrian.
Okay. I mean, that's something that kind of came to my mind earlier is we've got, and it's not been a great couple of months, but we've got all this kind of connectivity coming into Africa, suddenly from the US, from Europe, from Asia, connecting us and kind of, I guess, enabling a whole billion people who perhaps didn't have the connectivity before, and suddenly they're all getting online. So I think that's potentially a kind of worry that these people who aren't digitally literate and cyber savvy are suddenly going to go online, and perhaps we have a step ahead. And I know that's the old adage about security is stay like slightly better protected than your neighbor.
Yes.
But that's perhaps a concern that maybe as Africa we need to worry about.
Yeah, for sure. In the olden days, we would joke that Telkom was the country's main firewall. With the monopoly and connectivity was expensive and hard, right? But I mean, everyone's now wanting to put pipes into Africa, and it's great. We need it. But it is a massive concern that, you've got so many people coming online. And because South Africa has been quite sheltered, a lot of them, you can almost create like an innocence around a lot of the people. Trusting, it's our culture, right? And a ripe market for scams. I mean, we've had horrific cases reporting to us, especially on the community side of things. Company incidents is one thing. They've got teams and they've got money to pay for it. But, the NGOs, the individuals, families, teenagers, really, really sad cases.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we'll come on to some of that later on. I think that's a vital piece of the puzzle that needs to be kind of solved. So what do you think are some of the biggest threats and the most kind of common attack methods that you're seeing being sort of played out locally?
So, I mean, the big things targeting companies, it's still very much the human element, sure. As much as we're trying to throw technology, the people are still the weakest link. So it's through social engineering scams who are adapting and, using all kinds of technology to make their phishing emails more believable. We've had a couple of cases now of deep fakes in terms of conning people out of money. You've got phishing now that has grown its own set of legs. We've seen attacks. I mean, I got a phone call the other night from a MTN fraud department, one-time PIN received. And I mean, I'm in the game full time. I know about these things. But he caught me off guard because he was so professional. I really believe for the first few seconds, he was from the FNB fraud department. Did I give permission to this person to do a swim swap in my account? And that's what I clicked. But the way he engaged with me, and I still said to him, sure, you are good. He said, what do you mean? I said, you are so good for a fraudster. Immediately put the phone down. But, QR codes, phishing attacks, and even SMSs now redirecting you to click on hyperlinks in the SMS. So, and that's important because many people, we might be connected, but not everyone's got computers.
Yeah.
But everyone's got phones.
Yeah.
So it's typically the phone-based attacks, job scams on WhatsApp, for example, working for these, an Amazon or a Take-A-Lot type of organizations. And people are desperate for work with high unemployment rates. So when you look at all these factors, it's the counter of that are the leading scams in the country.
One of the interviews we had earlier today, we were talking about that, and I kind of asked about the is it the kind of international guys, or is it like, are you seeing attacks from local cyber criminals? And I'm not sure, I'll kind of let you answer that in a second, but I think it's kind of interesting that maybe the local guys have a better understanding of our unique culture in South Africa than perhaps someone sitting in North Korea. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it makes it more believable. I mean, a lot of the numbers are local numbers.
Okay.
But there are spoofing services where you can spoof an international number to make it look like a local number. And of course, so I'd say most of the phone-based SMS, WhatsApp type of things are more locally driven, whereas the email side of things is international. You don't need to have that element to be in the country to do that sort of attack. So,
okay. And you mentioned deepfakes earlier. You're kind of seeing a couple of those. Are they kind of local companies that have fallen for deepfakes?
Yes.
And have they locally kind of, obviously locally produced or locally targeted?
Yeah, locally, more than likely locally, probably half of them I would say are locally created.
Okay.
Some are quite unsophisticated, but they still are successful. So, I mean, we've seen, we actually did a TV stint with the Devi show, for example, where Devi and one of the ladies from SABC and one of the 94.7 DJs, they actually created deepfake accounts of them promoting these weight loss creams and jellies that you eat, for example. And because they are influencers and they've got a big trusted community, a lot of people ended up, paying money to them for these quick fix solutions, and getting very upset when these things weren't working, and going back to
blaming the
celebrities for this. Yeah, so those things can rapidly escalate from cybercrime into physical threats. In terms of dangers to guys getting physical.
Yeah, I mean, now you mention it, I remember there was one maybe less than 6 months ago with Elon Musk, and I think they had Patrice Motsepe, and it was some kind of crypto scam, I suspect. And that's obviously...
Hundreds of people paid millions of rands for those get-rich-quick schemes.
Yeah. I think it was someone international. I think it was like Iceland we looked at, but I mean, you guys all know better than us where it kind of came from. Could you give us a couple of examples of cases that you've kind of worked on? I mean, we've mentioned the deepfakes ones there. Are there any other cases that you can kind of give us that really kind of, I guess, give the scope of cyber crimes, and perhaps like the big corporate ones, maybe a public sector one, and then like the personal, the person in the community who's kind of been affected?
Yeah, and I think the way that you've asked the question is just to reinforce that everyone, from a pensioner all the way through to a large corporate, is open, right? Money doesn't matter what it looks like, as long as the criminal gets in or where they got it from. So, just thinking off the top of my head now, there's been large-scale incidents where, from a Wolfpack point of view, we've got involved and we've helped investigate those cases, from ransomware attacks, double-pronged ransomware attacks, where there's data breach, for example, very sophisticated attacks, and having to get onto negotiation sort of degree. And then there is, from a smaller organization, I mean, listen to this, a 4-person organization that helps facilitate mergers and acquisitions. They helped a large client for a very sizable amount. They got paid 4 million rand as a fee. And the CEO's email, in fact, the whole company was compromised, and a business email compromise attack. So the wrong email, the invoice obviously was changed, sent to the chief financial officer of the client, and they paid the money into the criminal's account. When they go to report it to the police station, the cops say it's not, they weren't the victims. The company that paid the money was the victims, so they have to go and report it, which took another day to go and get that done. By the time they managed to go to one of the large banks in SA and they froze the money, the next day the monies were released. They were unfrozen, and half the money, 2 million rand, was siphoned off, as an example. So a whole avalanche of issues that took place where this thing could have stopped on so many times, but they were let through, and money was stolen. I can talk about all kinds of cases around harassment and things such as extortion and romance scams through to NGOs, for example, getting taken for large amounts of money, which they can't afford it.
Yeah, yeah. It's sad. And I think, I mean, that kind of comes onto this kind of bigger cyber awareness thing that the population we need to kind of address with the population. But so then I guess potentially part of that, what can we as a nation and what can we as corporates and as individuals do to kind of harden ourselves to these cyber attacks and kind of scams and threats?
So the panel session that I chaired this morning, it was really a cry out for, almost using the analogy of voting. We voted. We're now waiting for the various parties to form a coalition. We've done what we can. There's nothing much more we can do. But I said to the security community, we've got skills, talents, all kinds of assets sitting here. Let's pull those together. And we highlighted various community initiatives that are on the go at a country level, at a company level, and then also at a community level, the vulnerable communities. And there's lots of things. So, I mean, for example, one of the things that I've done now is I've written a book. It's my second book. It's called Cybercrime Self-Defense. And I am very happy to give away digital copies of this. It unpacks 40 different types of scams, how to spot the warning signs. If you realize you're under attack, how to secure your environment. If you fall victim, what should you do? And we also bring in open source intelligence tools to help in those investigations, which are easier ones for the average person to actually use.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's one thing where you can actually take that book, people can go out and go and talk to parents, schools, use it to protect or raise awareness in your own communities. Think about WhatsApp groups or schools that your children go to. We could all break up and make quite a big difference just using that as a teaching guide, as an example. There's another initiative that we're working with Google. We receive funding from them and Impact Amplify for what we're calling Project Cobra, which is all around building a platform to investigate cybercrime. So there, for example, we're going to train up cybercrime investigators. We've got a 3-phase training program. Think about young grads looking for work. Perfect. Think about people willing to volunteer their time. So that's the one thing, is to develop skills, because they're very fragmented at this stage. Good skills, but all over the place. Bring them together, use one platform. We've got a team that's going to investigate, that is already investigating stuff, but we can open up the platform for others to investigate. We come across a cell phone or an IP address. Another case, we can start to join linkages and work together as a community in terms of investigations. And really, Adrian, there's a couple of other initiatives. If we had more time to unpack these things, we can actually talk about.
Well, we've got a couple of minutes. I mean, yeah.
All right. So one of the other things at a company level, where we're seeing the fruits of collaboration in the banking sector, for example, with Fabric.
Yes.
Comric has now been established for the telecom sector.
Yeah.
And you've got other ones for other sectors. We've actually now mandated or made a call out to bring the mining and the manufacturing sectors together, because they're not coordinated. And these are large sectors. And we're also going to then focus on, because if you look at those typical operations, they're very reliant on operational technology, SCADA, RCS control systems, right? So there could be a special focus on that. So we've had, two of the people on the chat who are part of these organizations, a number of our clients and our communities. We will start to bring them together to start looking at common threat vectors, threat intelligence that we can work through, even in terms of assisting each other in terms of incident management. But there needs to be a maturity in terms of dealing with that. Put your competitiveness aside and let's form a lager almost in terms of helping and defend. Someone else asked me about what about the medical arena, which is also a critical one.
Sure.
But we've got to start, we've got to start somewhere. So that's something there, for example. And, so that's, I've talked about community, I've talked about company. At a government country level, I think where we need to make the biggest input is with the South African police services.
Yeah.
I went into a police station, I live in Fairland area, on Saturday to get some documents certified. And as I walked in, I saw posters about, cybercrime is a crime, reported, and a process to report. I thought, wow, that's good. I've never seen this before. Yeah. And I talked to the sergeant behind the desk, and I asked him about, how many cases get reported, thinking he's going to say 1 or 2 a month. And he said to me, no, this is, this is the biggest crime that gets reported. We get on average 5 to 7 cases a day cybercrime cases being reported. Now, those are only the ones being reported. You can imagine how many don't get, and multiply that by the number of stations, and to give you a sense of what is actually happening just below the surface.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, I think that's been fantastic. Craig, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Craig Rosewarne, Managing Director of Wolfpack Insurance, Wolfpack Information Risk, sorry, during the wrong industry there. Please stay tuned. We've got another interview coming up shortly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to ITWeb Security Summit. We are still here, and today we are now joined by Isaac Jacobs, who is the CISO at SASO. Isaac, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
thank you.
Now, just to get started, just give us a bit of background of your team and the kind of IT landscape that you operate in, that you have to protect.
Okay, so SASO, we're multinational, so we're obviously global, and we've got to protect our interests globally. And my team looks after cybersecurity for SASO across all regions. And we operate across both the IT and the OT space.
Yeah.
So the entire landscape is part of what we need to protect.
Yeah, managing such a big organization, I think it requires you to have a strategy. What's your strategy that you have, if you don't mind sharing with us some of the things that you do to make sure that the environment is safe?
Sure. So fundamental to our strategy is to ensure that we protect our business and our operations from any negative cybersecurity impact. Right? And for us to be able to achieve that, we try and be what we call proactive. That means we're trying to move away from the traditional type of response. Some incident happened, let's respond to it.
Yeah.
To try and get ahead of it by making sure that we are more resilient. And for that to be effective, we need to have excellent detection capabilities and the ability to respond quickly and restore business so that we minimize any impacts. So we focus significantly on that part. We obviously do a lot of the protection elements as well.
Yeah.
But we fundamentally believe that in cyber, you cannot just be protecting all the time.
Yep.
You know, the saying, it's not a matter of if, but when, or nowadays, how many times a year. And we try and make sure that we are resilient. So our strategy is proactive resilience. And in that way, we aiming to have no negative impact on our business.
In the last 2 days, we have had discussions about cybersecurity and how it's evolving. What are some of the challenges that you as SASO have faced, and how have you guys managed to deal with those?
So, when you say challenges, there are so many. I'm trying to, like, where do I start?
The one that you feel you need to share with us.
For sure. So, look, I think everybody talks about AI, automation, and just how that, from a risk perspective, just improves the capability that the attackers have. You know, we used to joke back in the day, how do you easily spot a phishing email?
Yeah.
Just look at the spelling. With the type of tools like your ChatGPTs and so on, that's no more a problem. These things are just becoming more and more sophisticated, more and more believable. So we gotta, be aware of that challenge, that the attacks are more sophisticated, more advanced, more automated. So that's definitely a key area for us. On the other side, I think the human element still remains a big challenge. As much as we can utilize latest technology, AI enablement, there's always the challenge of making sure the human element is also up to it to deal with the type of challenges that they have to, be the defenders of.
You just spoke about IoT. That was my next question. Anyway, just looking at the emerging technologies, including IoT, if they have had any impact on you guys, and if so, what have you done to try and manage such kind of situations?
So, being a manufacturing company, so OT is a very big component of our environment.
Yeah.
And we've almost created a focused program around the operational technology OT environments to make sure that, with the challenges we have of the legacy systems, of the way that environment works, how do we ensure that we run a focused program to ensure that we are safeguarded. The impact from an OT perspective can be significant. You know, we say when we look at the IT side, we generally worry about the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of systems.
Yeah.
When you add your OT into the mix, safety becomes a big issue because there could be significant consequences. And for us to be able to drive that, we created a focused program looking at our OT environments, identifying what are those key controls that we needed to implement. And we drove, those projects out to ensure that we improve our posture significantly in that space. And we are continuing to do that. Our objective is to be able to confidently say we are also able to be implementing our proactive mindset within that space. That is a challenge because, the guys in that engineering space needs to keep production running. They need to keep the plant up and running. They're worried about safety and availability. We adding another element, another challenge for them. How do you ensure that you're cyber safe? And we are driving that forward and, making sure that we improve as we go along.
Great stuff. And just to add on to IoT, how are you working with some of your innovation teams when it comes to IoT solutions to make sure that your surface is safe, you're not attacked?
So I think for us, right, the fundamental principle there is let us make sure we get our security architecture right. And let us make sure we are able to define the principles and the guidelines for how we roll those things out in the environment. And then if we have that templates and standards solid, we are comfortable that the organizations can scale. So instead of trying to do, big projects for this, we try and do the small things well, be good at it. And scale it out. So when it comes to the type of IoT or even the OT stuff, let's make sure we get it right for one.
Yeah.
And implement the standard across. If there is slight deviations, we will review and just define a good process that's repeatable. So that's our approach at the moment.
Okay. No, thanks. Let's just move on. The issue of cybersecurity and cyber threats, they're not confined to SASO only. This is like a global phenomenon. And in SA, what do you think organizations need to do to try and protect themselves from such kind of threats and the attacks?
So for me, a good starting point is to have a clear grasp of the reality and the potential implications of negative cyber events in the environment, whether it's a small company, big company, understand that you can be impacted significantly. And a good starting point is to have a good risk assessment that's potentially quantified. So you understand in financial terms how this can impact.
Yeah.
And I think then from just a pure risk management perspective, you are then able to identify how do I treat this risk. So you've got a well understood idea of what the cyber risk can be. That will guide you. It becomes then a normal business decision in terms of risk treatment. So fundamentally, get a proper assessment of the risk, understand the potential impact of a cyber event in your environment, and follow your business processes for remediating and treating risk. And that will guide you in terms of, obviously there's a bunch of standards and things now when you get into the details of how you can handle the remediations and treatments and type of defenses and things you can put in place. But you got to start with having absolute clarity that it can impact your right to operate. And cyber nowadays is just a part of doing business. We need to accept that. And I think that's the foundation for moving forward and dealing with it appropriately.
No, thank you very much. Ishak, as we move on, I don't know how to put this nicely. As you engage with your fellow CISOs and other IT experts, what is that one important thing in cybersecurity you think is lacking or is overlooked by companies?
I think for me, so my personal take on this is that cybersecurity is not a exercise around compliance. It's not a paper exercise.
Okay.
You've got to get into doing actual testing. And I think for me, that's the critical part of being able to achieve a solid, mature cybersecurity environment is to not make assumptions around how good you are, but to do actual penetration testing, red teaming exercises, because that is exactly what the criminals will do to attack you. So figure out those attack paths, deal with those things as priorities, so that you have a practical understanding of the actual risk that you're facing. So yeah, to be very honest, my particular view on this is make it real.
Yeah.
Test yourself, get yourself tested from external. That is the way you understand if you are protected, where your gaps are.
In conclusion, Ishak, how do you see generative AI impacting the cybersecurity landscape?
So for me, that's always going to be a double-edged sword, right? There's amazing things that can come out of this. Earlier, I mentioned the fact that we used to joke about the bad English that the phishing emails used to have. With generative AI, you don't get that problems anymore. So it will help the attackers on the one side being able to fine-tune that particular phishing email and method of attacking organizations. On the flip side, it actually helps the defenders as well, because you can be guided through the type of AI and tools that we have available. I think there might be a lot. Microsoft Copilot is all in the news everywhere. And it's quite powerful in the way it can respond very quickly and, assess large volumes of data, correlate, and give you the right guided way forward.
Yeah.
So that balance of it being able to be good and bad at the same time, I think will remain a challenge for us. As much as the defenders are releasing new capabilities, the attackers are revising new ways.
Yeah.
So that will continue. I think from a resourcing perspective, certainly the AI can, bring a lot to the table. We always complain about short skills, short staff, resources.
Yeah.
That certainly fills a big gap. But that type of battle, good versus evil, is bound to continue for a while.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much for your time. I would really appreciate your time to come and join us in the studio. Guys, thank you so much for watching. ITWeb Security TV continues. You can watch. More shows are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Are you ready, guys?
Okay, almost. Just.
If you have something on the phone, you can take it straight to the others.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Alright. Try it again.
Oh, okay.
No, let me try. Well, yeah, show us. Sorry. Okay.
Sure.
Guys, this is the system. This is the page where the student will be required to just enter their personal details. So we will skip the entire sign up process just to show you how the system is gonna work. So my colleague has already pre-profiled some of the information here. So now they'll just proceed on to the next page. So each and every time when they log in, this is the page they're gonna see, whereby they'll have to select the type of emergency they are in, or they have an option to just type in the type of emergency, just in case it's not listed or on this list. So in this case, my client will just select whatever they're going through, and then they'll press the send request button to request for an ambulance. The system will try to get the location, and then the Firebase database already, I just can see that we're using a real-time database. And then the house parent will then receive a notification which yes, and that's how our system works.
But I'm hoping with the questions we can get to answer it.
Yeah.
Temple.
So I'm just looking at you. Sorry, I'm looking at your design and I'm thinking, why do we need to give all that personal information? Why can't I give my student number and it should pull up that data?
So this is because of what the ambulance requires from the students. So we get this from them. That's specifically what they always ask for. So
What I'm saying is your interface could
yes.
You enter the student number, it should pull the record and send that data to the ambulance. Then you don't have this issue with personal information and the house master.
Yes, that could be explored. The problem is accessing the institution's database.
Okay. Can I ask?
Okay.
You can.
Like, okay, and then
Okay. So what is that? You don't need to print numbers. Okay, it's fine. I mean, like that is PI, personal identifiable information. But nonetheless, I just want you to find out if you guys do understand the difference between confidentiality and securing personal data.
One. Good afternoon, guys. Welcome back. The conversations continue. We are now joined by Zamani Ngidi, who is a senior client manager, cyber solutions at Aon South Africa. Zamani, welcome.
So much appreciated for having me.
Good, thanks. Maybe just to start this conversation, what's your message that you brought to the conference?
It's interesting. So what I wanted to tell people today at the conference this week is that we need to think about cybersecurity a little bit differently. So my conversations were really around how do we integrate cyber governance, cybersecurity and cyber insurance into one holistic value chain, so that there's considerations if a vendor does something wrong that leads to a loss, that there will be some liability attached, and effectively insurance can help in that conversation.
That conversation. Can you give us kind of an overview of the South African cybersecurity insurance and how the market is growing?
Yeah, sure. So I think the market had pre-COVID about 900 million rands worth of coverage that could be purchased. And then after COVID, obviously everyone started working from home, started seeing a lot more claims because a lot of the companies weren't mature enough to work remotely. And effectively, a lot of that capacity left, right? So we're now sitting at somewhere in the ballpark of about 500 million rands worth of insurance locally. It's more mature. We have kind of a variety of carriers that help and facilitate there. But yeah, it's a maturing market, and I think as it develops, it will continue to do so.
And for those who have no idea about cybersecurity insurance, can you briefly tell us how does this work?
Oh, sure.
And also, do you guys do due diligence, and how do you do that?
Yeah, sure. So cyber insurance, very broadly, it's an incident response it's an incident response policy that has an attachment of a liability. So what that means is that when a breach happens, it's going to fix the incident at the immediate sense to kind of stop it from proliferating out to the rest of the business. And then anything that's systemic from the event itself, whether it be, business interruption, liability, people suing you as a result of their data being breached, the insurance is going to pick up on that. So very broadly, that's how it would, that's how the insurance works. And then from a due diligence, what they call is more specifically the underwriting phase, right? So how do insurers make the right assessment as to how your risk is? What they'll do is they'll basically give out a questionnaire and highlight what controls do you have, right? So very similarly to yourself in your own personal capacity, they'll ask you, what kind of car do you drive? What's the color? Where do you travel most of the time? Just they have a risk profile and they build from there. So they look at things that, across industry, how many data records you have, what revenue you're making, do you have the right controls, do you have a designated CIO, et cetera, and that gives them a view as to what, how they should be rating the risk.
Okay, interesting. And in the event of a client experiencing a breach, what are some of the steps that you guys take to try and protect your clients?
So, I mean, when a breach is taking place, that's kind of when the proverbial pawpaws hit the fan. What we do prior to is really help a client understand and plan for a breach. So we'll help them around implementing things like business continuity, IT disaster recovery, how that ties into it from an incident response perspective. And we also make sure that their tech stack is actually speaking to their business appropriately, right? So do they, from a cloud infrastructure perspective, do they have the right liability agreements with their contractors that if something happens in a third party environment that affects them, how they can assist? But when an incident happens, the way that the insurances work is that you basically would call someone, they would immediately kind of, it would actually go through what they call an incident response manager, which is typically a legal advisor, so to protect the contents of the breach under legal privilege, and then they'll basically project manage it, right? So make sure that there's incident responders, forensic investigations are taking into consideration, and crisis response, etc. So it's a very immediate way of how things work, and as well as kind of building what we call a war room so that all the stakeholders in the business are kept abreast of the processes that are developing.
Interesting. As we move on, I think sometime in February, the info regulator mentioned that the breaches are increasing, probably looking at 150 per month. And ABSA recently said they've experienced about 400% increase. What are you seeing from your side in terms of reports and claims?
Yeah, so I think reporting is very delicate, right? Because at the moment in South Africa, the reporting is, I think, and I stand on the correction, but it's only required when customer information is impacted, right? So someone can have a material breach that might impact their customers from an ability to deliver a service. So that will be reported, but you may find that, you know, you're saying that I will give you access to a specific software, and if I breach, recovery time objectives of 5 hours, and your breach is lasting 12, there's a penalty in the contract that won't be reported. But we're seeing at least on a month-to-month basis across stats from a global instance, as well as kind of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, that there is an increase. And there's there's maturation of the risk both within South Africa and kind of the rest of the world.
Okay, interesting. And as we move forward, I think by regulations, companies, they need to report in the event of a breach. If they're claiming, do they need to inform the regulator? Do they still need to report the issues once they're claiming from insurance?
Again, I think that would be specific to the matter, right? So if you have a breach that is only impacting security systems but not customer data, the information regulator actually doesn't need notification. So what typically happens is that process goes through, again, an incident response manager, which is usually a legal provider, and they would give and advise a client, give them the commensurate kind of advice as to whether or not they have to notify the regulator. And, if they do notify them, what do they disclose? So they kind of hold their hand because, the way that those providers work, they obviously have a lot of experience in dealing with these breaches. So it's super useful having people that have, that have the war scars, so to speak.
Okay, no, thank you. So, man, we can't conclude this conversation without looking at the ballooning SME ecosystem in the country. And you guys, is there a product that is specifically made for SMEs?
Yeah, 100%. So we've looked at the value chain for SMEs specifically, right? What are their concerns and what insurances do they feel are appropriate? So one of the things we saw was obviously their architecture doesn't have the prerequisite sophistication as a bank, as well as the resources, right? So we said, look, there's some basic things that they need. And we basically bundled that into a security tool. And we found an insurance provider that is willing to protect an SME company based on those controls. So we bundled and said, look, if you have this antivirus, you're doing this vulnerable, this vulnerability scanning, et cetera, we can bundle it. And if anything goes wrong, we'll cover you up to 10 million. And that's a product that we have at Aon. And again, it's a bundle solution, and it's the price point is actually quite acceptable. We do allow SMEs to pay on a monthly basis. So again, reducing the capital requirements to deploy that particular solution in the environment.
So, man, thank you so much for your time. Guys, keep watching. More conversations are coming up on ITWeb Security TV. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are still live from the ITWeb Security Summit 2024. Now we are joined by Dr. Sylvia Sateche, who is Chief Information Officer at SNG Grant Thornton. Welcome to ITWeb Security Summit, Dr. Sylvia.
Thanks, Maya, and thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. Just to hear from you, Doctor, like your experience from this year's event. What were the major highlights that we have seen from this event?
Okay, so I must say this event, especially the Johannesburg one, was very packed with many solution providers and many delegates over the past 2 days. And I think for me, this attendance is just proof that cybersecurity is indeed the #1 business risk in our country and all over the world. I mean, we had exhibitors from outside the country as well coming to share with us some of the solutions. We had speakers as well from outside the country coming to share some insights on this. So it was big, and I think it shows the importance, but as well, much appreciated, I think, from the industry that we can keep on having insights and learning from each other and knowing what is being done out there to try and curb this challenging industry that we are in.
Awesome. I understand you also presented, unfortunately, I did not get to listen to your presentation. Just for the sake of me and those like me who did not get to listen to your presentation, if you can just maybe summarize what you were talking about, what were the major highlights?
Okay, sure. So yesterday I got to chair track 1, and track 1 was mainly concentrated on cybersecurity strategy. So in chairing a track, you are basically moderating, emceeing, and directing the conversations. So we had about 5 slots, and that spoke about different topics and with different focus. The first one was how to craft a robust incident response strategy. And the highlight or the takeaway from that was that it's crafting a strategy is about connecting all the dots. You know, you don't just focus on technology. You need to look at what is your business objectives. You also need to look at the industry that you are playing with. Look at what happened to what happened in your organization last time before you implement a new strategy. And we had Professor Elmarie talking about Security 101. And basically how to craft an information security management system. And she spoke about a 11-step process. Again, it starts with strategy and it ends with a monitoring and evaluation. The key highlight there was that cybersecurity strategy is not about technology. It's about your business and making sure that you craft a strategy that is responsive and aligning with the business strategy. Then we had a panel, which I was also part of, and we were discussing the 3 C's and the importance or the collaboration in cybersecurity. So the 3 C's being your CIO, your CTO, and your CISO. How do we play together in the summit? What roles do we do? And how can we collaborate better to make sure that we keep these threats and we are able to be responsive and resilient? The outcome there is that it's a team sport. We need to work together. We then also, in the very same track, we had Sandika talking about cybersecurity in the boardroom, basically the do's and don'ts, what to present and how to present it. The outcome there was that let's talk business language and let's stop talking these acronyms and the tech language. And just to say, align what you're reporting to the board and present it as a business risk, and perhaps boards will hear us better as tech people. And the event, the track was closed by Rapid 7, and they were basically sharing whether to outsource or not to outsource, because we do know that we outsource. But and the highlight there was that you need to check your technologies and understand what you're investing in. Yeah, so basically that's what happened in the track. And I can say the long and short of it is that it starts with a strategy. You need to have a game plan of how you're going to be defending and protecting your organization.
Oh, They don't call you doctor for nothing, yeah? That was the, interesting and, quite, I feel like I was actually there. One of my key takeaways there are the 3 C's.
Yes.
And I understand you are one of the key 3 C's there. You are the CIO at Grant Thornton.
Yes.
If you can just tell us maybe what are your main responsibility? You said teamwork is the most important thing.
Yes.
What role do you play in this team of these 3 C's?
Okay. So all are important, but maybe let me try and explain it and using to say in an event of an attack, who plays what role. But maybe just to say that the CIO will be responsible for the overall strategy, including operations, whilst the CISO will be responsible for securing and protecting the organization, including the operations. And in an event of a cyber breach, what roles should we play? The CIO will be more responsible for the business continuity and pushing for recovery, and also communicating and making sure that all stakeholders are informed and we understand what we need to do. Basically, helping to helping with what needs to be done for us to get to a continuity point of view. Whereas the CIO will help with the recovery, with the investigations, with the analysis of what has transpired. So those are the 2 roles that we will then play in an event of a breach, and the 2 are necessary, and we will be working together. The other one being communicating with the stakeholder, while the CISO will be focusing on the technical side and analyzing and investigating.
Thank you so much, Doctor. If you can just tell me what happens when a cyber incident happens within an organization. Will there be panic? What really happens in that kind of a situation? I can imagine just knowing that we have been hit maybe by ransomware and this guy is demanding 10 million rands. What happens in such a scenario?
I think it would be a shock at first. And sometimes a denial. Saying we might say the problem is between the chair and the PC when this user is reporting it. But I think it's also not a nice place to be in. I'm fortunate in that maybe in the 3 CIO roles that I've held, I've never had to be hit by a ransomware, but I've been in a position where we were recovering from a ransomware. So it becomes a shock, but also it becomes a learning point, and this is where you see how the organization culture comes into place and how we work together as an organization to say, let's try and recover and let's have a business continuity. But it first starts as a shock, and the most important thing is that we need to work together. It's a team sport. It's not about IT. You do not do that. Once we realize that we've been hit, it's important to work together, collaborate, co-create, and rescue what needs to be rescued first, given your business continuity plans that you have in place. And hopefully, if you are practicing and you are running your dry runs, it should be easier to recall what to be done when the London Bridge falls.
I was in this track, and the guy said prevention is better than cure.
Yes.
And it's even more cost effective to put in place preventive measures. What would you advise maybe some of our viewers to prevent such incidences like your ransomware from happening, and the panic and the shock from happening in the first place?
Yeah, I think we strive for resiliency more than protecting, and the importance of having of doing your normal housekeeping, make sure you patch, make sure there's MFA, make sure that you continuously educate yourselves as the ones that are trusted with securing the organization, but also educate your users to make sure they understand what to click and what to do when they suspect. But I think at the end of the day is it has to be entrenched in your culture, and it has to be known that it's not a responsibility of one person. We are all in it together, and we need each other to make sure that we are resilient. I think we strive for resiliency, and it's important that we have our business continuity plans to know what do we rescue first and where do we run to first when we are hit.
Interesting. And also maybe looking at one of the themes that I've seen from this conference is like there is lack of cybersecurity skills, especially here in South Africa. Are you also noticing the same, and what needs to be done to address this skills gap that we are facing?
Yeah, I think we are all grappling for the same skills. The skills are very liquid. People are here today, tomorrow they are poached. I think we just it becomes a national thing, and I think as a country we need to be intentional and have programs in place that make sure that we skill and we reskill. Even some who are already in the space, we reskill our people and skill and make sure that we just create these skills in abundance. We need to be able to have the courage to invest and acknowledge that you might find a person that does not know anything about cybersecurity, but have the time to invest in the skill, because yes, it's needed, but and nobody's going to come and throw it at us. We need to invest in creating the skills. But also let's acknowledge that cybersecurity by design becomes a technical thing, and technical people are very looking and they like playing with toys and testing new technology. So we also have to acknowledge that. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Doctor. And maybe lastly, artificial intelligence. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for cybersecurity?
I think it is a good thing. Artificial intelligence is a good thing, and I think we have to embrace it. But as much as the myth is it will make things easier, I just think you have to be clever to engage robots and to so that you are able to exercise your knowledge when the results are thrown as wrong or when the results are incorrect. So you can't, and I think this is a call for everybody to actually be clever, know more, so know more than the machine, because otherwise we might end up with wrong diagnosis.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, Doctor. Looking forward to seeing you again in 2025 here in the same booth.
Thanks, Admire.
Thank you.
Sure. Bye.
Right.
employees are the specific ones that cause you threats, right? As we know that user interaction, so we spot any fake user, any suspicious user activity that employee would not usually take, right? So yes. So currently that's our pop-up. As you can see, we also recommend a similar site so that the user can use, so that the employee can use anytime that they need. Then let's just draw up the database so that you can see what you as organizations will be seeing and the data and what you can do with that data, right? So with our database, I'll hand it over to Mr. Kaka.
So what the database aims to do is to give you basically your threat analysis report from your site as an onboarded client. So what happens is to keep the site. Can I go on? Let's take questions. Okay, I think we can take questions now, and if there's any.
Cool. So how do you guys determine what is a malicious website? How do you determine that? And how do you prevent false positives?
False positives.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to take this? Okay.
All right, since we had very limited time to come up with a solution, so we decided to find technologies that are already out there and they're already implemented. So most of our solution is built around an AI for companies that already do this check. Like domain extensions, domain age, has a domain being flagged, all that statistics. So we connect and take advantage of technologies that are already existing.
Or just to emphasize the security side on our side, we are using a similar to what they call a graph protocol from blockchain. So our databases are all not in the same place. So everything runs on a separate system and is accessed through API endpoints. And every API request that goes through is hashed and has to pass through a decryption server first to endpoint server. So that's how we protect our site on our side so that no one has direct access to our servers.
All right, so because of time, we couldn't demonstrate that we've developed an email service as well that actually is able to receive emails before they are sent to the customer. So it could scan. We could scan bash scripts before they are delivered to the customer. Any attachments that may be suspicious, like ex4 files, .py files that may run automated scripts. So we hold the files before and send an alert to the security team, and then they can decide if the email should be sent to the employees.
Thank you. Cyber maybe.
Good day, everyone. I am Marvelous, and we are the team Cyber Avengers presenting to you the CashGuard app. So this is the team I am Marvelous. We have Sanda, Dionzo, Sanele, and also Bongani. So we created an app called CashGuard, looking at factors that small tuck shop owners face. For example, let's say you're a tech shop owner, you might be facing frequent stockouts, long checkout lines, and security worries over customer data. Not only that, you might be also worrying about the insufficient access controls, encryption, and also the insecure authentication that traditional POS systems have. So, with that being said, we all, but that being said, the cash card application provides a comprehensive solution which enables convenience, mobility, and also enables multiple payment methods such as QR code payments via the Paystack API and also cash. It also provides enhanced security, but the security, but securing the card processing, but reduced PCI compliance scope. And then it is cost effective because it is a mobile based POS system, unlike your traditional systems where you have to have certain or huge lump sums of money to purchase. Also, it includes efficient management of the stock to avoid having redundant stock or a less stock. Also, it does move to protecting the data with restricted access to certain business reports for the owner only. Moving on, my team member here will just point in the key features that our application has.
Unlike any other pay
We're still here at the ITWeb Security Summit 2024. Unfortunately, this is our last episode from here in the Centron Convention Center, and we have saved the best for the last, and we are joined by Grant Hughes, who is from Engine. Welcome to ITWeb Security Summit, Grant.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, just to hear from you, you are fortunate to be our last guest here. If you can just give us a roundup of the major highlights that you have seen here at this year's episode of the Security Summit.
So definitely speakers and vendors coming together, right? I always say that ITWeb is a melting pot of the brightest minds coming together. So some of the international keynotes, even the local ones, good topics. You can see that the agenda is quite nicely tailored to our context and our problems. I think the only problem where there's too much to choose from. There was 5 tracks this year. You have to be quite strategic in your choices. Even from a vendor perspective, we're seeing some nice innovative things coming out. We're seeing some new vendors coming to the market. We're seeing the trusted ones remaining. I think it was a brilliant experience.
Awesome. I just read on the news that, just to digress, the good news from the fuel industry where you come from, that petrol prices are going down. Just also maybe to hear from an engine perspective, like how critical is cybersecurity at engine? Cyber criminals trying to steal petrol.
Yeah, no, look, I think as every other organization, it's one of the top business concerns. It's one of the top business risks. We deal obviously with employee and customer information, but then in addition to that, there's also the OT elements, operational technologies, the refineries, right? So there's another level of complexity, also very serious. So cybersecurity is top of mind for us. We've got a fairly big team that's focusing exclusively on IT and OT cybersecurity to make sure that, from a corporate responsibility perspective, we're protecting data and we're keeping people safe and we're protecting all that information.
Awesome. And I understand you presented earlier. Unfortunately, I missed your talk. If you can just maybe give us the major highlights of what you spoke about. If you're in a panel discussion, if you can also share that with us.
Yeah, I'll share with you. So I did a keynote on incident management strategies and security awareness. And, security awareness is quite close to my heart. It's one of those topics where every time you read an article, you see that humans are the weakest link.
Yes.
70%, 80% of incidents are caused by humans clicking on a link. I've got a slightly different perspective to it. I'm saying that our security program the strength of the program can't come down to whether a user clicks or not. We need to build better systems. So if I trick you into clicking on the link, that shouldn't be the end of ITWeb as a company.
Yes.
You shouldn't have access to all the information that can bring a company to a standstill. But if you look into the media, all of the case studies, you trick one employee, you steal one person's username and password, and everything goes out the window. So what I'm saying is we must architect systems on the assumption that humans will be tricked. Assume that the person's username and email will be stolen, and that's why you implement MFA. That's why you implement behavior analytics. So when somebody does log on as Admire in the middle of the night, your systems can say, but this is unusual behavior for Admire because he's never done it before.
Yes.
How do we block him? Now, the strategy I propose is threefold. So we need to segment our users based on risk. So if you work in a help desk, me telling you don't click the link really doesn't carry a lot of weight. But if I tell you, Admire, in the help desk, you are likely to receive a phone call from somebody pretending to be Admire, asking to reset the password. And these are the checks that you need to do to safeguard yourself. Then I go to procurement and I say, in your role, you're going to get an email from a vendor saying we've changed banking details. And this is what you do to safeguard. So you need to identify your high-risk user groups, and then you build a program that speaks specifically to the context and the examples that they are likely to see. So in a nutshell, that was my talk on awareness. Then back to incident response. We know now that we're in the time where it's not a matter of if, but when.
Yes.
So we need to make sure that we've got the processes in place. And I think for the most part, customers, they've got playbooks in place, the procedure is there. Are you testing it? Are you able to simulate incidents and test that your process is working effectively? Are you logging your events to make sure that if something does happen, that you can come back afterwards from a digital forensics perspective, piece together the incident? Because we see now with all the vendors, it's AI this, AI that, next generation, everything. But without the right data going in, it's unlikely those tools are going to deliver on the capabilities. So in a nutshell, it says that the basics, we need to always start with the basics. Map your processes, plan your processes. When it's working well, then you move into the phase of automation. And then the last talk we had today was around the skill shortage. So they're saying, industry stats now are saying there's a 4 million global skill shortage plus, and we can't find people, right? And again, I don't fully support that view. I say that, are we clear on what we're looking for? Because sometimes we're asking for unicorns, right? We're asking for people with multiple different conflicting sets of skills, long list of certifications, and then when they come into environment, we give them silly things to do. So I'm saying we should spec our jobs better so that if we need somebody to administer a security awareness program, you really don't need a security certification for that. What you need is communication skills, stakeholder engagement skills, planning and coordination. And there's no shortage of those people. So we need to identify which of the functions can be done by normal business professionals and what are the small pockets that really require deep technical cyber expertise. And I think when we do that, when we get it right, the skill shortage might not be as big as it's currently portrayed to be.
Awesome. You mentioned something interesting when you're talking about incidents response. You mentioned testing. You also mentioned something to do with simulation. How often should organization do this? Maybe a big organization like Engine, do you do that maybe yearly?
Now you want to do it initially as many times as it's required until you get it right. So the first time you do it, you will find that a lot of things are missing. So there's a maturity curve. You start by doing a tabletop exercise and you just sit around a table and you say, in theory, if this happens, what would we do? And you start asking questions and you get answers and immediately you will see things are missing. When the tabletops are getting to a point where it's now perfect on paper, now you start saying, how do I simulate this? How do I trigger a ransomware or just a normal virus alert? And is my responders taking the right steps? So you gradually progress, right? When you get to a point of good maturity where it's running like a well-oiled machine, twice a year on a big scale is enough, all right? But if you're sitting at the point where you're just not reaching the level of comfort that your team knows what to do, you probably want to go more for monthly tabletops, get into the swing. Also depends on your staff turnover. If you've got new people coming and leaving all the time, you need to get them into the program as well. If you have a situation where people will stay for the long run, twice a year could work for you.
And people like in your title, getting enough budget from management to really implement your cybersecurity strategy as you wish?
Yeah, look, that would differ from company to company. In my context, there's an appreciation for the importance. There's no issues around making the resources available for what needs to be done. I have, however, engaged with many people and the budget is not there. So I think that's a contextual thing that will differ from company to company. If your board is not educated, then chances are you're going to have challenges motivating why you need money because cybersecurity is expensive. But if the board is educated, they understand the risk, they'll make the resources available. In turn, as a security leader, you must demonstrate value to them. So security needs to tick 3 boxes, all right? You need to manage risk, so make sure that we won't be adversely impacted. We're cyber resilient. It needs to speak to compliance, so you need to make sure that your compliance obligations for PIA, GDPR, and all those things are met. And then also, how can I add value? So if you're running an e-commerce platform, you're wanting your customers to do MFA, long passwords, how is that contributing to the customer signing up? Because we see now that if the login sign-up process is too complex, customers will just abandon and go to the next online store. So you need to make sure you speak to value, compliance, and managing risk.
And something that I also picked up that I think is quite interesting, you mentioned that on user profiles, like you can tell that Admire usually doesn't do this, is that AI at play here?
Yeah, so definitely, if you look at AI and the use cases for AI, right? AI is made for looking for patterns in data. So given large sets of data, AI can look at it and it can identify patterns and anomalies out of the data. So in your case, in the case of security, we call it user entity behavior analytics. So the user and the device. So if Admire is logging on 2 o'clock at night and he never does that, that's unusual. If Admire's device is suddenly connecting from 3 different countries in 3 hours, that's unusual for the device. So when you look at the user and the device, it's very easy to pick up what is normal and what is not. All right. But there's always a period of learning. So there will be 5, 6, 7 weeks where the system needs to understand what is your normal pattern. Because some people do work 2 o'clock at night. You understand? So, but once the baseline is there, we then start measuring things outside of the baseline.
Okay, quite interesting. And also maybe just to go back about these skills, like how can us as South Africans bridge that skills gap? Are our universities doing enough to produce like capable students?
Yeah. So the skills issue needs to be addressed on multiple levels, right?
Okay.
At an individual level, each practitioner needs to do their bit and mentor one or two people. So I know Bernard, who was also speaking today, right? Bernard, at any given time, he mentors between 6 or 10 people. All right.
Okay.
And some of his mentees has gone on to become CISOs. So as an individual, he's doing his bit. All right. And more of us need to do that. At the next level, we have organizations. Now, an organizational level, I run a chapter called the ISC2 Cape Town chapter.
Okay.
And we try and educate people, create opportunities, connect people with businesses. That's what we do. There's also the MIDO Academy. They take on 30, 40 students from underprivileged areas every year, and they put them through a program at no cost to the student.
Okay.
All right. So you've got the individual level, then you've got the organizational level, then you've got the vendor level. You know, the Cisco's of the world, the Qualys, the FortiGates. They have an obligation to make training available for people to use their technologies. And they do that. If you look at Qualys, Qualys has a library of free training. If you look at Microsoft, AWS has a skill center in Cape Town where you could go there, do AWS courses at no cost to you. All right? Okay. The only problem now is not everybody knows about it, and some people are really disadvantaged. Don't even have transport to get there, right? But I think if we think of the levels, individual level, organizational level, vendor level, and then obviously it's government level as well, they've got the responsibility. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing at that level. Well, they probably are doing some stuff. I just don't have line of sight of it.
Yeah.
But at the first three levels, I can see that there's movement, there's distraction, there's aspirations. People are trying out there to make a difference. But is it enough? Probably not. But I don't think there's a lack of intent and effort at this point.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, Grant. You have the privilege to give a roundup of the ITWeb Security Summit. This is our last episode, as I mentioned. What would you want those who were not here to hear from you, who was both in Cape Town and in Johannesburg? How can you best summarize both events?
Yeah, no, so I think the slogan for ITWeb is very appropriate. The definitive event, right?
Yeah.
It's the one event where everybody in security, they look out for that thing. I know around June, end of May, that's the time we all get together. I think it's evident that a lot of planning and focus goes into the agenda. It's always relevant and on point. You know, you don't come here hearing about topics that was last year's news.
Yes.
It's fresh, it's on point. A lot of effort goes into the speakers. There's always international keynotes. And like I said when I started off, it is a melting pot of the brightest minds coming together. And it is a cannot miss event. So you'll see me, I make a point every year. I go to the Cape Town one and I come to the Joburg one. That's how much I love it.
Great stuff. Looking forward to seeing you next year, Grant, and to have another discussion. Hope there will be new things to talk about next year.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Grant. Bye. Okay.